right, everybody, and welcome back to my channel, Old School Gunner. How are you all getting on out there, guys? I hope you're keeping well. Well, I'm going to start as always, guys, by thanking everybody for your continued support on my channel, all your likes, your subscribes, and your comments. I really appreciate it. Hit the like in this video for me, guys. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate it. And yeah, we have a game and a half coming up tomorrow, guys, in the Premier League, no doubt about it. I'm going to be doing a preview of that, of course. I'm going to be talking about all the other games that were played today, the games that lie ahead tomorrow. Of course, our own clash at West Ham, away at West Ham, guys. And I'm also going to do a watch-along of the PSG Lille game, which is kicking off in an hour and a half. So for the second part of the show, I'm going to be doing a watch-along of that game. But yeah, a massive clash tomorrow for Arsenal, guys. We have just come off the back. Of a good win against Liverpool. But now we are faced by the Hammers. First comment in, guys. That man, Aiden, big up to you, man. I hope you're keeping well. I'm not expecting to see McManus on the stream, because to be honest, he's busy this weekend, he was telling me, so that's cool. As you can see, guys, I got my Arsenal top on here. Dennis Bergkamp, legend. The series, guys, I got that on there. His picture on the top, guys. Classic top. But yeah, big up to everybody, guys. Thank you to Aiden for your continuing support, and thank you to everybody for your continued support since I first started my channel, guys. Yeah, the majority of people I've met on my channel have been fantastic, all but one. But there you go, guys. Can't have everything. Yeah, it is what it is, guys. Sometimes you come across and you meet people on YouTube that is not so nice, but it is what it is, guys. And there's things you could do about that too. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm all right. I'm good, man. I'm after cooling down a little bit. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like I said, 99% of the people out there are the friendliest people you could ever meet. It's always the same, though, by when people find out something they like, they do something they want, something that interests them. There's always one asshole that comes along and tries to ruin that for everybody. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. All right, guys, big up. I'm not going to really be joining on any more than that. But I think we all know, yeah. I think we all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, a game and a half tomorrow, guys. Myself and Aidan had a bet on earlier. Unfortunately, we lost. 1-0 to Leverkusen, huh? Fucking hell. They're going all right by at the moment, in fairness. Shaka's with them, huh? Maybe he's going to win the Bundesliga. Shaka's with that club now. Maybe he's actually going to win the Bundesliga. They're 1-0 up at half-time. Who got the goal? Xhaka, was it? No, Josip Stanisic. Interesting, guys. I still think Harry Kane is going to score. To be honest. But yeah, it is what it is. 1 second there, guys. Yeah, but it is what it is, guys. Just got a message there from my man Stapes. I'm going to listen to that later. It's a voice message, but I'm just after telling him that I'm live in case he wants to jump on the channel. Yeah, 1-0 to Leverkusen by. They're in with a shout. I hope they win the league this season, though. Not because Granit Xhaka or anything like that, but because Bayern have been, more or less unchallenged for, I don't know how long. Bayern have had it all their own way. So definitely it would be a good thing for football if maybe another team wins it for once. You know what I mean? That's basically the way I see things. But yeah, a lot of interesting games on, guys. We ourselves, of course, Arsenal, are away at West Ham tomorrow. It's a London derby, of course, a real 6-pointer. The game is at the London Stadium. My prediction, I think they're going to beat us. And I say that without I'm not joking, guys. I think they're going to get the better of us in that one. But we'll see what happens. They always make it difficult for us. They always put up a fight. And I think tomorrow will be no different. I think a lot of our players are overrated. I think a lot of their players are underrated. They've had a very good record against us recently, and it's going to be an incredibly tough game tomorrow, guys. Let me go through the other Premier League games that were on today, the games that are currently on, and the games that were on earlier, and of course the matches that come tomorrow. It finished up today, guys. Manchester City 2, Everton 0. Wolves 0, Brentford 2, Fulham 3, Bournemouth 1, Tottenham 2, Brighton 1, Luton 1, Sheffield United 3, Liverpool 3, Burnley 1. At the moment, at halftime, it's Nottingham Forest 2, Newcastle 2. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, it's West Ham Arsenal. Then it's Aston Villa Man United at 5:30 and Crystal Palace Chelsea at 9. So there you go. A lot of big games coming up, guys. Crystal Palace Chelsea will be interesting. Yeah. The Villa United is going to be very, very interesting. Let's see how good Villa really are after that loss to Chelsea. West Ham Arsenal, that is our biggest game in the season so far, guys. We came off the back of the Liverpool win, but we need to win this one tomorrow. It's a massive game for the club. The way the table is at the moment, City are back on top, of course, after that win. No, sorry, they're actually 2 points behind. Has that updated? But yeah, City have won the last 5, guys, and they have a game in hand on Liverpool. So they're up into second, guys. They're looking good. My opinion, they win the league. That is my opinion. They are going to win the league. I can't really see any team challenging them, if I'm to be honest. I think they're much stronger than every other team out there. I think Liverpool had a win today, and that kept them in the hunt too. But Liverpool won and City won. Yeah, that's why I thought Man City had gone above, but Liverpool, of course, played and won also. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. But City still have that game in hand. Of course, they need to win that. Arsenal, we have a massive game tomorrow to stay in the hunt. I mean, I honestly think I'd be happy with a draw. I'd be happy with the point. We're on the way it is at the moment, guys. Liverpool have 24 games played. They're on 54 points. They've won 4 of the last 5. Then come Man City, 23 games played, 52 points. So 2 points behind, but with a game in hand. They've won the last 5. Then Arsenal, we have won the last 3 out of the 5. 1-3, lost 2. So we need to win tomorrow. We need to get something out of that. Yeah, we need to really go on a bit of a run here. Then comes Spurs. What was their actual result today? Did they lose or did they draw? They won. They beat Brighton. They came from behind. Yeah, no problem, man. No bother at all. Aiden's gone off to drain the weasel. He's going to offer an old slasheroo. But that's no problem, man. I'm going to be doing a watch along at 9 o'clock, guys, of the game between PSG and Lille. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But yeah, right now, guys, we have a massive, massive game ahead of us tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it's a real massive game. It's our biggest game of the season so far. Spurs scored a 96-minute winner. Say no more about it, Aiden, bro. Say no more about it. When your luck's in, yeah. But they've been playing well this season, in fairness. Can't begrudge them, man. Spurs have been playing decent this season. Best of luck to them for the season, you know. I know I'm an Arsenal fan, but best of luck to Spurs this season. They've been playing well. I mean, they're a dangerous team. They have much more balance than Harry Kane. When Harry Kane has left, the balance of the team has improved. Halftime, guys, in the big one in Germany, speaking of Harry Kane, it's Leverkusen 1. Of course, Granny Xhaka's current team, Bayern 0. So a massive game taking place in Germany, guys. An absolutely huge game taking place. We'll have to see what happens. All right, sorry about that, guys. It's somebody just ringing me there, so I just have to take that call. Sorry about that. Busy man, you know yourself. All right, the Bundesliga game, guys, has restarted. 5 minutes into the second half, it's still Leverkusen leading by the 1 goal, guys. The Sarri goal, 1-0. Josip Stanisic in the 18th minute. Massive game in Germany. I mean, I really hope for Leverkusen that they can go on and win the league, guys. They can go on and do something. Not because Granit Xhaka is playing for them, just in general. But yeah, the roundup of the first half, guys. Leverkusen were by far the better team in the first half. Deservedly have a 1-0 lead. So it's a big game, guys. A massive game. I'm going to keep you up to date on that. What happens? I'm going to keep you posted on that, guys. Don't worry. So yeah, finished Man City 2, Everton 0, Wolves 0, Brentford 2, Fulham 3, Bournemouth 1, Tottenham 2, Brighton 1, and 96th minute goal there, guys, for Tottenham to win that one. Luton Town 1, Sheffield United 3. I'm surprised by that. I thought Luton would beat them. And Liverpool 3, Burnley 1. No surprise there. I just suspected Burnley, but I'm not surprised by that result at all. I knew Liverpool were going to bounce back. Nottingham Forest 2, Newcastle 2 at the moment. A real end-to-end game there. A real humdinger. 5 shots each, 3 on target for Forest, 4 on target for Newcastle. Possession 32% for Forest, 68 for Newcastle. Interesting game, man. Interesting game. Newcastle took the lead to Bruno Guimaraes after 10 minutes. Then Anthony Elanga equalised for Forest. Then came Fabien Cher. He's been inspirational for Newcastle this season. Brilliant player. He scored. And then Callum Hudson-Odoi. He scored, guys, right on the stroke of half time. 6 minutes at a time at the end of the first half, guys. It's been L to end, a belter of a game. 53 minutes into the second half, guys, and it's 2-2. Evenly poised, evenly balanced. 2-0 Leverkusen. Game over now, son. Jeez, they're a very good team. Jeez, I tell you, I wouldn't like to be facing them. Fuck it, they have a very good team. 2-0 against Bayern. Jesus, what the... That's insane. Alex Grimaldo, the Leverkusen midfielder. Wow. I'm surprised by that. It's 2-0 Leverkusen, guys. Bayern are up against it. If they hold on, they will be 5 points clear. Yeah, they're home and hosed, man. Seriously, they were battering them in the first half, is what I read. I'm going to be watching the PSG Deal game at 9 o'clock, guys. So be sure to tune into that. But Leverkusen have been battering Bayern in the first half, by all accounts. And now they find themselves ahead. It's interesting, yeah. It's an interesting one. I might actually go out and get a beer in a minute. Why not? There's some beers in the fridge. I might actually have one. Why not, huh? Why not? But yeah. Interesting game. Very interesting game. But yeah, thank you to everybody anyway, guys, for your constant support on my channel. I appreciate it. Massive game for Arsenal tomorrow, guys. Real 6-pointer. The standings the way it is at the moment. Liverpool 24 played, 54 points. City 23 played, 52 points. Arsenal 23 played, 49 points. Tottenham after that win 24 played, 47 points. And Villa 23 played, 46 points. Very, very interesting, guys. It's Villa United, of course, tomorrow. And Arsenal West Ham. Here's hoping we can do something now. Here's hoping. Just getting dropped a message there by somebody, guys. 1 second. But we have a massive game tomorrow, guys. Absolute 6-pointer. It all means nothing to win against Liverpool if we can't come out and win this one. But let's see. Hopefully we can get across the line. You watching the game tomorrow, bro? I don't know, to be honest. I'm trying to find out from my friend what time he's calling down, because he's meant to be coming tomorrow to see me. I'm trying to find out when, yeah. Because obviously, yeah, I want to go... just check when are we actually playing now. What time is that game? I'm trying to tell him there now that they're playing at 3. Yeah, 3 p.m. So maybe that's 4 p.m. my time. But that's going to be a game and a half. A massive game tomorrow. Hopefully I can watch it. A bit of it. My friend is going to be calling, but maybe he'll call early or maybe he'll call later. We'll see. But yeah, I'll see. I don't know yet. Will I be watching or not? All depends when he's calling. Maybe I'll go out and go to a bar if he's here. Maybe I'll go watch it in a pub. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Just water, guys, okay? If you can, guys, support the Great Ormond Street Hospital. Yeah, there's a bit of a shine on that. Support the Great Ormond Street Hospital, guys. All right. A good cause. A good cause. I did a bit of charity work for them when I was back in London. Did a bit of collecting at King's Cross St. Pancras Station. So, yeah, big up, big up, big up. Did a little bit of charity work for them, yeah. So it is what it is. But a good cause, come out and support them. I'm doing a watch along, guys, in an hour of the PSG Lille game. They have been big rivals recently, yeah. Lille pipping them to the league a couple of seasons back. Real Madrid playing at the moment, guys. Wow, they're beating Girona 3-0. Girona have been so good. Real Madrid 3, Girona 0. Forest 2, Newcastle 2 still in the 58th minute there. Super Bowl is tomorrow night, guys. Anybody interested in watching it? The Super Bowl is actually tomorrow night. Somebody I know in London was trying to tell me, was I watching it tonight? I said, but sure, it's tomorrow night. And they were like, is it? I goes, yeah. So I had to kind of set them straight. You know what I mean? But it's all good, guys. They weren't to know. They weren't to know, you know what I mean? Excuse me. All right. So there you have it. We have a big game coming up tomorrow, guys. An absolute massive clash. Let me go to the Arsenal website and see their preview, their build-up for the game now. Arteta talking about Gabriel's growing influence in the team. Team news, guys. Saka is available for West Ham. Thank fucking God for that. Mikel on loving football's passionate celebrations. Famous wins, guys. Retro wins. Cazorla clinches it. West Ham 1, Arsenal 3. That was in 2012. Unstoppable Sanchez, West Ham 1, Arsenal 5, 2016, 2017. Can't understand now why Tony from Early Doors Football TV doesn't like Arsenal. The amount of hammerings we have given them now through the years. So that's kind of understandable, maybe. West Ham United, London is on their crest these days. All right, guys, we head to West Ham United on Sunday, aiming to win our 4th straight league game at the start of a calendar year for the first time since 1935. Wow. But more importantly, make it 3rd time lucky against the Hammers this season. Having exited the Carabao Cup at the hands of David Moyes' side in November before tasting a home league defeat the following month, the East Londoners have proven to be tough opponents this term and are unbeaten in the last 6 matches at the London Stadium. With the Hammers yet not tasting victory in 2024, momentum is definitely on our side. And just as we did against Liverpool last time out, we'd be hoping that a win comes at the 3rd time of asking. Win-shy Hammers hard to beat. They are hard to beat. Last weekend saw the Hammers occupy a top 6 position, but they were leapfrogged by Manchester United after losing 3-0 to the Red Devils on Sunday to stretch their search for a win to 6 in all competitions. Now, they were battered last time out, though, but I think they'll be doing everything they can to bounce back from that result. You watching any games now? I'm going to watch the game at 9 p.m. Well, yeah, 9 p.m. my time, yeah, 8 p.m. your time, Aiden. It's PSG versus Lille, so I'm going to watch that game. The French league game, yeah. I'm going to watch PSG versus Lille. In the Bundesliga, it is still 2-0 to Leverkusen. My opinion, it's done and dusted in that game, yeah. Done and dusted. I can't see any way back for... It's interesting. The left winger and the right winger have scored. Left midfield and right midfield have scored for Leverkusen. They're playing a 3-4-2-1. Harry Kane is the hitman up front for Bayern, all on his own. Musiala playing off him on the left and Sané on the right. Yeah, Manuel Neuer twice beaten now. I mean, he's a good goalkeeper, Neuer, no doubt, but I am going to watch that game as well, bro. Cool. We can talk about it, yeah. Does Tuchel get sacked if Bayern lose the league? That's a good question. That is a good question, man. I think that would be a bit like a bit of a... I just think that would be a bit of a crazy... I just think that would be a bit of a kind of a crazy reaction, to be honest, if they sacked him. But you never know. I mean, Bayern are a team that demand a lot. They want a lot from their players. They want a lot from the team. Bayern are definitely a team that demand a lot. You know what I mean? Like, big time. They're very demanding of the team. They want to win trophies. And in the season that Beckenbauer died, I'm sure they'd like to deliver the Bundesliga for him. But Leverkusen are absolutely on fire at the moment. They've been battering them in the game. Bayern have no answer to the free-flowing, attacking football, the midfield strength of Leverkusen at the moment. I don't know. I would think it would be harsh on Tuchel, to be honest. My own feeling, it would actually be harsh on Tuchel. I honestly believe that. I think it would be a bit rough on him. Dyer is playing. No wonder they're getting beat. He's Dyer, needless to say. Pun intended. Dyer is Dyer. But yeah, it is what it is. Dyer is Dyer. All right, let's get back to the preview, guys. Their home form has been crucial to that rise in fortunes, as only Manchester City and Everton have left the London Stadium with victories in 16 matches in all competitions. That speaks for itself, guys. Only Man City and Everton have left the London Stadium with victories in 16 matches in all competitions. That is crazy. Only 2 out of 16 guys have left with victories. David Moyes has made it a real fortress. David Moyes has made the London Stadium a fortress for West Ham, guys. That's the problem I have, yeah. They just have the Indian sign over us at the moment. They just seem to be better than us at the moment. Whenever we play against them, they tend to get the best of us. Arteta, we are playing with more and more aggression and scoring goals. The amount of goals we share in the squad is very, very important. I personally hope, guys, just to break away from that, I personally hope that we win that game tomorrow, because there's a lot of people out there hoping the hell that we don't. And I think it would shut up a lot of people. There's a few people out there need to be shut up. And I feel it would definitely go a long way to silencing them. The amount of goals we share in the squad is very, very important, because we have lost big players this season for long periods and we're still very competitive. That's what we have to try to continue to do. They are a real good side and difficult to beat at home. We are going to have to be at our best to give ourselves the best chance to win the game. Read every word from Mikel's pre-match press conference. We tried to give the players a bit of time training together, but we've needed because we've been off the boil a little. Getting them back together has been good, and hopefully we can build on it. We've beaten Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea this year. We've given the top teams a game, and hopefully we can do the same on Sunday. Our home form has been pretty good in the main this season, and hopefully we can keep it up. Arteta admitted Bukayo Saka is okay after coming off early against Liverpool last weekend, but he is still unsure about Zinchenko after his withdrawal at halftime in the same game. Hopefully Zinni won't play. As well as Gabriel Jesus, who missed out completely with a knee issue. Takahiro Tomiyasu has returned from the Asian Cup following Japan's quarter-final exit, meaning Yuri and Timber, Taras Partey and Fabio Vieira are only other concerns. Hammers goalkeeper Alphonse Areola was withdrawn at halftime against Man United as a precaution after sustaining a head injury, but Moyes believes he should be fine to make a quick recovery. Lucas Paqueta is still out with a calf injury he sustained in a reverse fixture in December, while Mikel Antonio has returned to training following his knee injury layoff but isn't yet ready for match action. And they're missing a couple of players, the Hammers, yeah, but honestly, they're going to give us a tough game. They always do. Having beaten Arsenal twice already this season, Moyes may feel he has unearthed the tactical blueprint to success in this contest, so we are unlikely to encounter too many strategic surprises. West Ham will let us have most of the possession. They averaged just 27% in our previous two encounters, relying on a compact defensive shape to keep us at bay. In both games, they protected their own 18-yard box superbly, so it is down to Arsenal's players to play at a higher tempo and more imaginative movement. In the 4-2-3-1, the Hammers will rarely press. Instead, they will sit off looking to regain the ball and then produce rapid counter-attacks. They have scored 6 times from fast breaks in the Premier League, ranking them second in the department. Mohamed Kudus will raid down either wing, and no top-flight player has completed more successful dribbles than the tricky Ghanaian in this term. He's a real handful, no doubt. Madrid beating Girona 4-0. I'm surprised by that, man. I'm shocked by that. Like, Girona are fucking up there in the league. You know what I mean? I'm surprised by that. I thought that it would be a very tough game. Let me just text the people I know in Venezuela about that. Let me text the all a la Madrid. They like that. All right. There you have it, guys. That's an interesting one. Madrid beating Girona 4-0. I didn't expect that because Girona have been on it this season. They have been very good. They're right at the top of the league. A bit of a surprise package. So I wasn't expecting them to be losing 4-0 like that. But it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. But like Luton getting beaten, isn't that right, Aiden? Aiden, a bit like Luton getting beaten. None of us predicted that, man. Definitely not Aiden. Set pieces will be another dangerous avenue for the host. They have James Ward-Prowse in there. They are the home side. They scored from a corner against us last time out, and then James Ward-Prowse. They undoubtedly have the best dead ball technician in the division. No one has made more chances from them 33 than him, while only 2 other sides have produced more headed shots than Moyes' side. We have lost just one of our last 15 league away games against the Hammers, going down 1-0 in January 2019 when Declan Rice scored the winner. West Ham are looking to complete a Premier League double over us for the first time since 06-07. They are unbeaten in their last 6 Premier League home games. They are yet to go 7 without defeat in the London Stadium in the competition. Heading into MD24, no team has scored. All right, guys, I'm just going to go drain the weasel and get a glass of water, and I'll be back in 1 second, okay? Just 1 second. All right, muchachos, I'm back. Drained the weasel, got myself a glass of water, opened the window because it gets pretty hot in this cauldron of a room. But yeah, big up to everybody. Yeah. Respect to you all. I hope you're keeping well. Yeah, we got a massive game tomorrow. We got a real 6-pointer against West Ham. It's going to be an enormous game for us. Their form has been fantastic at home. Only 2 teams have come and taken something away from the stadium. We're in for a massive game. Still 2-0 to Leverkusen, guys. They're into the last 15 there. It's game over for Bayern at this point anyway, the way it looks anyway, in my opinion. Game over. Simple as that. The way I see things anyway. They're done. Their goose is cooked. In my opinion anyway, their goose is cooked. It's game over, son. Dead meat. Dead meat, guys. Anyway, come out and support the Great Ormond Street Hospital, guys, if you can. Make a donation to them. I did a bit of charity work for them before I left London. No, I was in the city earlier. But I didn't go for a few drinks. I was just buying a bit of food. I had planned to meet up with a woman. I had a little date planned, but that didn't materialize. One of my friends is coming tomorrow, so hopefully we'll go do something maybe. He's driving, of course, though, you know what I mean? Family man, he got the car with him, so I don't know, we can't obviously be hitting the beers, but we'll see what happens. He likes the hard stuff anyway. He likes to drink serious. He drinks like crazy, so you know what I mean? Probably for the best. Was her name Belinda by any chance? Belinda? No. Maya was her name, but it didn't materialize because she started to feel unwell yesterday, which I think is a bit of a line, to be honest, but we'll see. I think she's kind of spoofing me, you know what I mean? But maybe she is feeling unwell, yeah, but she's kind of gone off the radar a bit, kind of goes to me a little bit. It's a multivitamin, guys. Just getting it into me. Can't beat it. You know what I mean? It's actually quite tasty. What's in the last? It's a multivitamin. It's this. It's a multivitamin. Like the little tablets, you know, that you just put in the water. They just dissolve in the water, yeah. So it's just a multivitamin. But it tastes nice. You know what I mean? It's refreshing. It's enjoyable. Somebody texted me there, guys. Sorry about that. Tough game for us tomorrow. Hopefully get through to the last 8. Is it home or away? St. Mirren, yeah. Home game. Scottish Cup, 3 p.m. St Mirren and Celtic. You're away, yeah? It's an away match. And then after that, you face Kilmarnock at home in the league. And you're away against Motherwell in the league. You're first in the Premiership at the moment, though. But it's tight. It's very tight between yourselves and Rangers, though. Like 3 points, you're 3 ahead, but they have a game in hand. I'd rather have the 3 points in the bag, though. I'd rather have the 3 points in the bag than have the game in hand. Celtic already have the 3 points in the bag. You know what I mean? Yeah, wait to St Mirren. Yeah, I've seen it there. It's not going to be easy. That's the 5th round, though. It's the 6th of April is when you got to write it into your diary, Aidan, bro. That's when you're away at Rangers, yeah? That's when you're going to be at Ibrox, the 6th of April. That is the Old Firm derby, yeah? So there you go. Tough game for us tomorrow. Hopefully get through to the last 8. 100%, bro. Puts pressure on him. Yeah, I'd rather have the 3 points than have the game in hand. But it's the 6th of April you got to look towards, Aidan. That's the Old Firm derby. You're away at Rangers at Ibrox. That's going to be a game and a half, son. Seriously, bro. That's going to be a game and a fucking half. If you can get out of that one with a win or fucking avoid a defeat, happy days, man. Happy fucking days. That's going to be a game and a half, bro. Seriously. They'll be hell-bent on beating you at Ibrox. It's going to be a cracking game. Cracking. But let's see what happens, huh? 3 people watching, guys. Welcome along to my stream. Hit the like button if you can, guys. If you want, I'd appreciate it. Smash that like. Smash the subscribe. Have the window open behind me here, guys. Just letting in a bit of cool air. If you see any massive bugs come in, let me know, yeah? I can see myself anyway. But yeah, there's a bit of construction going on in the place at the moment, guys. So they have like plastic sheeting on the windows. There's a bit of construction side outside there right now. They do regular upkeep of the buildings in Switzerland, like regularly. That's basically it. The whole block has been renovated. They like to keep their buildings good here. But that dissolved there. She's still dissolving. But yeah, we have a game and a half tomorrow, guys. At 9 o'clock, I'm going to be doing a watch along of PSG Lille. So about 40 minutes time, guys, I'll be starting that watch along. So make sure you come and tune in. A big game at the top of League One in France, guys. A big game. And we just take a look and see if there's anyone else online at the moment that I can give them some support. It's on you at the moment, Aidan, on the stream, bro. Thanks for your support, though. I appreciate it, man. It's just you at the moment. Let me hit up Jordan and see how he is. All right, Jordan, what's going on, big man? What's going on, Jordan, bro? There you go, Jordan. Let's get you on. Jordan is itching to get on the stream. Itching. Yo, what's going on with you, Jordan, man? How's your day been? You got any streams planned? Anything going on? That was funny last night, man, on your channel, Jordan. That was so much fun, man, with Josh and all the other lads. That was a good laugh. And Hassan, that was a good laugh, man. As you can see, guys, I got the classic Dennis Bergkamp top on. Give it to me by my ex-wife. At least she left me with something, guys. And then I've got on the sleeve Dennis Bergkamp, Arsenal legend. It's a nice top, man. Got it in the club shop, yeah. It's a nice one. See? It's a decent top. And it's got 10 on the back, Bergkamp 10 on the back as well, yeah. As you can see, guys, I got the Dennis Bergkamp in full floor. One of the greatest players to ever kick a ball. A brilliant, brilliant player, guys. So here's to my multivitamin. Yeah, I wanted to go into Zurich today, man. I wanted to meet up with that bird. And we were going to go to an Irish bar and have a pint of Guinness. And more than fucking 1 point. But it's a pity it didn't work out. It's a real shame, to be honest. C'est la vie, yeah. But yeah, it's a real shame it didn't work out. Ah, well. Not much more you can say about it. It is what it is. Just 1 second, guys. I'm resetting my chat wallpaper. Just set my chat wallpaper, guys, to me at the Orlando, guys, at the parks. When I was at Universal, guys. It's almost 5 years ago now. Hard to believe. It's crazy. Game and a half tomorrow, lads. Was her name Belinda by any chance? Yeah, I'll be doing the live stream, guys. A watch along of the game. That's her mum's name, is it? Belinda's a nice name, man. Belinda's a nice name. My mother was Marion. My father was Christopher Noel. But yeah, my mum was Marion, yeah. Belinda's a nice name, man. A nice name. Great to see some of the people, guys. Electrifying stream at the moment. It's me and Aiden. Someone else is watching as well. I don't know who that is. But it's basically me and Aiden, guys, keeping the whole stream going. But creating a bit of content anyway, guys. Doing my thing. Little bit of content is being created. Two tough games tomorrow, man, for both teams, man. But the Arsenal one, the West Ham game. I have a sister. She's older than me. I have a sister. She's 2.5 years older than me, but at the moment we don't talk. So the least said about that, the better. But at the moment we don't talk, which was really kind of by my choice. At the moment we don't talk, but you never know, man. Time heals all wounds. You know what I mean? Time heals all wounds. So maybe down the line, maybe we'll get back in contact again. But for now, it's best not. It's only multivitamin, guys. I know it's a Saturday night, but it's only multivitamin. I wanted to go out for a couple of scoops, a couple of beers, but it is what it is. Not quite possible. Welcome to Dave's ASMR. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna get this now. Look, because I know ASMR. I'm gonna get this now like this. I have this Ireland sign here on the table in front of me, and I'm gonna go like that. That's ASMR, right? That's what they do. They do all this kind of stuff. Like normally the ones that do ASMR are like hot girls. You know what I mean? Because it's like clickbait. So there's like beautiful looking girls. You know what I mean? Which it is what it is, guys. So yeah, if I wanted to do ASMR, I might have to just stretching it out, guys. If I wanted to do ASMR, I might do like but yeah, welcome along to Dave's ASMR, old school ASMR. Obviously, me farting in different positions as well would be part of that. Just the sound of it echoing throughout the building, the acoustics. I have a guitar as well, guys. I'm going to make a song about Mikel Arteta. See the guitar there against the wall. I'm going to make a song about Arteta, guys. I'm thinking of it anyway. It's going to be called Arteta's Lament. It's going to be quite an emotional song from the heart, of course. You know what I mean? I actually want to learn to play the guitar. Yeah, I was actually saying to Scott yesterday, Scott Kirk, Englishman all the way over in New Zealand, guys, about the best app or like online lessons to make it easy to learn the guitar. You know, it would be fun. All right, Manny, what's going on, man? Jesus Christ, long time no see. What's going on, man? I hope you're keeping well. How are things in India? Greetings from Switzerland. This is the new setup for a while, man. But as you can see, I've got the chair going on. Connosaurus is having a sleep behind me. I've got the pennant on the wall. I've got my Dennis Bergkamp legend top on, of course. As you can see, Dennis Bergkamp, guys, one of the greatest players ever to play for the club. So check your private chat. How are you getting on, man? I hope you're keeping well, yeah? Thanks for the message, bro. Seriously, and I hope you're doing well for yourself. He's going to come on, guys. 1 second. Just give me 1 second, Manny, because I'm actually listening to something here on the headphones. Just 1 second, Let me just take these out. 1 second, man. I was listening to something else at the same time. Cheating. All right, here we go. It's the moment you've all been waiting for, guys. 1 second. All right, here we go. All right, man, what's going on?
The only one who's been waiting is me. I've been backstage now for the best part of a few minutes, and this just in.
What?
Newcastle United have just beaten Nottingham Forest 3-2. Bruno Guimaraes scoring what proves to be the winner. And it was a rather, difficult game, but eventually Newcastle came out on top, earning revenge for that shock home reverse where the Newcastle old boy Chris Wood scored a hat-trick.
Yeah.
And I think once again, Forest are still having a few more problems, but with Newcastle, I think they're starting to get some better results that their football has deserved.
And Fabian Schär has been. I see Fabian Schär is amongst the goals again. Yeah, he's been in a rich vein of form for them recently. Of course, he's a player, yeah.
Swiss connection, of course. I don't think he's the. Xhaka's still captain of Switzerland, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right.
He's still captain now. He's still captain.
And of course, with another Swiss connection, you'll be delighted for the first choice goalkeeper, Jan Sommer, whose Inter Milan team looks set to win another Scudetto.
He's a brilliant goalkeeper, man. He's a player I always liked. There's a lot of the Swiss team I don't like because of the level of arrogance over here regarding the level of their football team. they think they're quite good. They're okay, but Sommer is an incredible goalkeeper. He is a fantastic shot stopper, man. He is fucking a real goalkeeper.
I know about his quality. I remember him in Euro.
Top
what was it? 2020, I think it was. Or was it? He was a part of the Swiss team that knocked France out.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it was he, I believe, who saved. I don't remember if Kylian Mbappe missed his penalty or if he had it saved, but Sommer was a big part of that shootout win. And that was a real shock, obviously. And, I do like the Swiss team, but I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head. Sometimes they have a tendency to think that, the hard work is done and they'll coast through to the next stage. And then all of a sudden, they get upended. But they have produced some good footballers and played some good football over the years, had some good results in major tournaments.
Yeah.
And I don't know if how old you are. I'm sure you're my age. You might obviously
44.
remember the days.
Oh. I'm 44 years of age.
Oh, then you'll remember the 94 vintage, the likes of Chapuisat and other players.
Yeah, Chapuisat. I saw him play. I saw him play when I was in Switzerland the first time. Swiss legends against German legends. And the Swiss legends won 6-3. And you know who played for the German legends? Jens Lehmann. He played one half. He played one half in goal, and the second half he went up top, striker. Seriously, and he scored.
Lehmann? I don't know what.
Swiss legends against German legends. I tried to get his autograph. I was behind the goal where Lehmann was, but there was a couple of Swiss lads winding him up. Jens. So he wouldn't look back anymore. And I was trying to call him to sign my jersey, man. I had the jersey with me. I was devastated, man.
Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. Just be lucky he didn't urinate near where you were. He did that once in the Bundesliga game.
He's a big lad, but he want to watch himself.
Hey, he might be 6'4", but I know you pack a mean punch.
I'd shiver his fucking britches. I'd show him something.
Hey, I know you pack a mean.
Manny. You like my top?
Yeah, it looks good. I love it.
Nice,
love it. Black's always the color, and we're both wearing black.
Legend. You know what I mean?
We're both wearing black, except I'm representing my alma mater. Shout out to the University of Tampa entrepreneurs.
University of Tampa.
Yep. But we're both in black, so it's the men in black tonight. Thankfully, though, we're not hunting aliens.
Ahead of the game tomorrow, Manny. You know what I mean? I think we're going to be in mourning after the game. I think they're going to beat us, man.
I don't think so. I mean, this game could end up in a draw. But listen, the sad part is, David, that last season as well, we took 4 points off Liverpool. Yeah. We were raving after the performance at Anfield where, we we actually took a 2-0 lead, but then they came back to draw 2-2. And if it weren't for Aaron Ramsdale's saves, we would have lost. And everybody was going gaga over Ramsdale. But the following game against West Ham at the London Stadium, we drew 2-2. And Ramsdale was at fault for the Bowen's equaliser.
Yeah.
So, I see. Whenever we play West Ham after Liverpool, I just don't want history to repeat itself. You know what I mean? And West Ham aren't mugs, despite what some of their results might say. They are a well-organized team. They've got Kudus back from the African Cup of Nations. And Ward-Prowse, Kudus, Bowen, and I don't know if Paqueta's still injured or is he? If he's injured, then good. Then good for us.
So is Antonio.
All the better for us then. So it might increase our chances. Yeah. Because we took the game to Liverpool, and I think we might sort of have to play that way. And I don't know if I was actually just watching Del Boy's video where he was talking about Declan Rice and Gabriel, and there was some talk about how Gabriel could possibly end up, might consider going to Saudi Arabia instead. Now, if he does decide to go to the Middle East, well, I think that pretty much shows his level of ambition. To be honest, though, is it just me, or is Mikel Arteta the biggest reason why some of our players are starting to become a little bit disillusioned? Because I'll tell you one thing. There are a few people who are starting to turn on Saka and Martinelli for some reason or another, saying that they're being given a lot of protection because they're, Hale-enders. One's the star boy, the other one's our Brazilian jewel. I absolutely adore Gabriel Martinelli, but, if you play them properly, they work well. If you give them proper rest, they'll do you a world of good. Yeah. But Arteta's going to be the one person, I will tell you now, man, who will be the death of these two boys. And he will, completely run them into the ground, throw them under the bus. And the worst part is that some of our so-called fans, and I use the quotation marks here, will be so Arteta in that they might even decide to say, what to hell with Saka and Martinelli, as long as we have Super Mick Arteta, that's more than enough. You see a pattern going on here?
I think you're right, though. I think they're being driven into the ground, yeah. And at the end of last season, when we collapsed, they were gassed. I mean, they just ran out of steam. That's the reason I was concerned why we didn't actually buy players in the January transfer window. You can say what you want about financial fair play. The money wasn't there. Arteta saying we don't need a striker when I think we're crying out for a real striker that'll hit at least 20 goals in the Premier League a season. But the problem is that we should have sold the players that we needed to. Like, Drawn by Dre was on my channel 2 weeks ago, yeah? 2 weeks ago. And Dre, he has a channel, Drawn by Dre. He's one of the young gunners, yeah? So Dre is on it. He lives near the stadium, and he's from Islington. He went on to the transfer market, and he said that there was 11 players that we could offload, like Cedric, El Neni, Fabio Vieira. There was 11 players that we could sell. Now, they had cost us 250 million. Obviously, we're not going to get that back for them. But he was saying maybe we could break 100 million, use that money to put into the squad. It's just we never got rid of the deadwood. You know what I mean? He went through them, and there was 11 players that were surplus to requirements, in his opinion, that we didn't need at the club, that weren't playing regularly, that we shouldn't have bought in the first place. The transfer window was an unmitigated disaster. I know there was no team really spending. Nobody really spent any money. It was incredibly low compared to last season. I think last season it was like 700 million was spent. There or thereabouts. This season I think there was in total like 90 million. Less than 100 million spent. Between 75 and 90 as far as I know. That's the statistics that I saw anyway. Whether that's accurate, but it was much less than last season. But regardless of what other clubs are doing, we needed to strengthen in certain areas. We definitely need backup for Saka. We need another central defender in case anything happens to one of the Saliba or Gabriel. The two boys, I think you're right, they're being run into the ground. Martinelli, of course, and Saka I'm talking about. They're just being run into the ground, driven into the ground. Like you said, if we rested them, you get much more out of them. They came back rejuvenated in the last game against Liverpool. You could see it. The team was full of energy. We were bouncing. Liverpool were the complete opposite. But I just fear West Ham tomorrow. I mean, there's only, I think, 2 teams I was reading have gotten something out of there or have won in 16 attempts. And one of them was Man City. I mean, it's turned into, Moyes has made it a bit of a fortress at the London Stadium. That's the thing that I'm concerned about. They're not going to play the press against us. They're going to stay compact defensively like they did in the last game. They're going to be compact defensively. They're not going to press. They're going to let us have the lion's share of possession, but they're going to use their rapid counter-attacks. They have Mohamed Kudus on the wing. He's going to be raiding. He plays left and right, guys. He doesn't just stick on one wing. If you watch him in a game, he's moving from side to side. He's switching left and right. He's a real handful. That's the way they're going to play against us. They're not going to do the press. They're going to sit deep. They're going to let us have the possession. They're going to hit us, break the play, and they're going to hit us quickly on the break. That's their forte. That's what they use so effectively. Set pieces, we got to be careful, because the first goal in the last game when they beat us, that was a set piece, a corner from Jade Ward-Prowse. I think it was Souček finished it off. We just have to be careful on the set pieces against the Hammers tomorrow. I mean, I think they're well equipped. I think we're a little bit overrated with some of our players. I think some of their players are underrated because they really put it up to us, man. They get stuck in, man. And they strangled the life out of us in the last game. They actually strangled the life out of us in the midfield. We had nothing going on. I mean, seriously, it was a foregone conclusion long before the final whistle was blown, in my opinion. I don't know what you think about it, but tell me anyway, man. I just want to ask you, the transfer window. What are your opinions on that?
I mean, you're talking about January?
Yeah, the one just gone, the January window.
Did we buy anyone?
No.
We sent out... Did we send out Fabio Vieira on loan? I think we might have.
We didn't buy anyone, though. And we didn't sell any players.
Didn't buy anyone either. It's ridiculous.
No, we didn't buy a single player. Not a single player.
Yeah, but then that's the thing. That pretty much sums up the whole thing. You know what I mean? The worst part is that a lot of people will say, if we are able to get some of these jammy wins with other players scoring the goals being spread around, that Arteta should be credited for not buying anyone. And yet we all know, Dave, that a proper goal scorer and more defensive concentration, you know, those two things could have helped us win.
Yeah.
It's as if, you know, I get that some people really think that Arteta is some sort of a tactical genius, but I'll tell you what, a tactical genius does not drop Gabriel Magalhaes and play Thomas Partey at right back beginning of the season. And we have some people saying, you know, he should be credited for wanting to, you know, experiment, because that's what a lot of people expect of him. No, the problem is there is responsible experimentation and irresponsible experimentation. And in reality, all he's doing is just continuing with this ridiculous inverted stuff where one of the defenders starts as a fullback and then comes into the midfield. And then, you know, you just play one particular way and it's absolutely stupid at the end of the day. And yet, I really can't stand these morons who gas Arteta up, especially some people with blogs. I'm actually going to mention one particular blog, one particularly shameless, disgusting blog called She Wore Yellow Ribbon. I don't know if you've heard of that. The head writer... Yeah, so some of the members of the Arsenal YouTube community actually know the bugger behind that blog. He goes by the name of Kinos. I think his real name is Ken, but whatever. And if memory serves me right, apparently he was also in some ways responsible for the sad demise of Claudio Caligari. Apparently... Signor Caligari was going through a few personal issues, and this idiot, you know, pretty much put the boot in him, telling him to go and, you know, switch himself off. Nobody's going to miss him or something like that. And that's not what you say to, you know, someone who's going through any of that sort of
depression.
Nonsense. Yeah. So,
what kind of person is he, man? I never heard that before. Sorry to cut across you.
I will. But listen, if you were to check my Twitter account, and I understand that you don't use Twitter at all. In fact, I don't think there is an old school Gunner Twitter account anymore.
No, there is. There is. I tweet sometimes.
You check my account and make sure you follow me. Same name. You look me up. It's Thangadurai 1981. And sure. I've actually... That idiot has blocked me after I, you know, quote tweeted one of his articles. And I actually used to, you know... respond to some of his articles on his blog page, but then he blocked me from commenting. An absolute loser. He welcomes debate at first, but then in the end, people will start to see I mean, he ends up, blocking people who don't agree with him. And in reality, man, his website is nothing more than a bunch of shameless pro Arteta propaganda. It also doubles as sort of a gift shop of sorts where you can buy some, Arsenal trinkets or what have you, mugs, some clothing or what have you. But that idiot is another person who has his head so far up Arteta's rectum. I don't want to further that description. And, he rates him as a tactical genius. And on many occasions, I've literally, quote tweeted his. I haven't quote tweeted him per se, but I've shared some of his articles and literally, ripped him a new one saying what an idiot he is. His spelling and proofreading are also atrocious. And he's one of many people, mind you, who will say, Arteta has to be trusted because he's a fantastic thinker. Tactically, he's on the ball. And, and I'm sure he will have written an article. He was also very disrespectful towards Jurgen Klopp in one of his articles, saying he deserves no respect for actually underachieving at the club. I mean, to hell with you, man. I mean, he's won the full set with Liverpool. Maybe not the Europa League, but he's won the FA Cup, he's won the League Cup, he's won the Premier League, he's won the Champions League. What has your Messiah Arteta won besides that lucky FA Cup? And two.
Arteta couldn't win an argument. He couldn't win an argument. Klopp has been very successful. And Klopp is a top-class manager. Klopp is a top-class manager. And this is coming from an Arsenal fan, yeah?
Even if Arteta were to buy every single lottery ticket available, he still wouldn't win the lottery because he AFTV to be Arsenal's #1 signing in the summer. We'll see about that. AFC always. I don't even know if that will happen. To be honest, I can't believe any of the things that are happening these days. We overspent a great deal to get Declan Rice to the club, and we wasted a great deal of money bringing Kai Havertz in. You realize something, a large number of these so-called winners at our club now have already hit their ceiling. Declan Rice is probably the only exception, but he still has a lot to prove with us, mind you. And so, I know this is supposed to be a West Ham preview, but all I can say is I'm predicting a 2-2 draw. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because whenever I predict a draw, we tend to win. So there's a part of me that hopes that we will.
That's their lucky thing, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a part of me that hopes that we will find a way to avenge our terrible loss at the Emirates. And speaking of that, in one of my tweets, I remember sharing that idiot's article where he said, it's not so much about the result. You have to analyze the performance and see where you went wrong if you're a good manager like Arteta. But if you're a bad manager like David Moyes, you only care about the result. It's a results business, you absolute wrong.
What a melon. What a thing to say.
Yeah.
He'd want to lay off the fucking cranberry juice by or whatever he's drinking.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up that tweet right now and I'm going to copy that tweet and send it in the private chat. By all means, do take a look at it, enjoy yourself, and see. You can even read the article and just see what idiots we have to deal with.
Yeah, but if what you're saying is true, what he did with poor Claude, God rest his soul, I mean, the guy has no morals. He has no scruples. He's not human. I mean, to do that to somebody like that is like, regardless of your opinion and his opinion, there's a line you don't cross. I mean, you could see the man was troubled already. I mean, you don't kick someone when they're down, man. You want to kick them at all anyway. But to kick someone when they're down like that and they're down in the dumps, life is hard enough, bro, for everybody.
Yeah, I agree completely.
The guy has no. He must be a horrible human being. I don't care if he's watching this or not. He probably isn't. But even if he is, come talk to me about it there, because I'm not like Claude. You know what I mean? But horrible guy, man. And yeah, his content is obviously the pits. Brutal, awful. You know what I mean? Terrible channel. Just everything about him, man. Stinks.
Yeah. So if you check the private chat, that is the link to the tweet I posted. It's got the I shared the article in question where he wrote all of that crap. I also took some select paragraphs from that article and literally ripped him a new one there. One of my best yet. I also had some people replying to me by calling me a wrong un and a bellend. I'd get my own back by saying go to hell and just block them, really. Sometimes when you deal with these twits, you just tell them to just bugger off. I'm not saying that they should go, do what they do what Kinos told Claudio to do. But just sometimes I can't be bothered to deal with a lot of these guys really. And that is the link to the tweet. It's got the link to the article. You can click on that, and that his whole
I had a look
blog
at it
site.
there. Yeah, I was looking at it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I'll check it out later. Yeah, I'll check it out later.
And so,
his website, I mean.
Yeah, and so without digressing any further, I will say this. Anyone who dares to claim that West Ham didn't deserve to beat us at the Emirates is really delusional, because I'll tell you what, in the words of a pretty popular Arsenal YouTuber, the only stat that matters is the number of goals scored. To hell with field tilt, to hell with XG, to hell with everything else, chances created. And I don't want to hear anyone claiming that Jared Bowen's opener should have been disallowed. The ball was not completely over the goal line. He hooked it back well. And Souček scored that goal. And then the ex-gunner, Konstantinos Mavropanos, scored that brilliant header. He should have celebrated, mind you, as should have Theo Walcott when he scored against us last season at the Emirates.
Yeah, for Southampton.
Exactly. When you're playing with your new club, you've got to show loyalty to your new club, especially in Mavropanos' case. If Arsenal, didn't really use you and then saw it fit to spit you out, don't give them any respect. Show them that you're happy and thriving and you're better than them in a way, and milk it for all you've got.
Enjoy the goal. Celebrate with the new team.
If necessary, Arsenal were taking the mickey out of you and the fans were saying all sorts of horrible stuff about you, I mean, do an Adebayor and run the whole length of the pitch and celebrate in front of them.
Yeah, that was insane, man. That was insane when he did that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I couldn't think of a player. I don't want to be negative, but I couldn't think of a player that I hate more than Adebayor. Not just because of that, because he was a bit of a. I don't know, but he thought he was Pele.
No. There are at least one or two other players I would hate even more than that idiot. A certain guy was captain of our club.
Who?
Think hard, man. It's easier than you think.
Xhaka.
Nope.
That would have been easy.
Too easy.
When? Give me a hint. When are we talking?
Mid to late 2000s.
Mid to late 2000s. Christ, that's a long time ago.
Another clue. He wore the number 10 jersey.
Who are you talking about? That's completely stumped me. I don't know who you're talking about. He must have been a really disliked character. Yeah? You didn't like him at all. He must be.
Here's another clue.
Oh God, I'm not good at this. The boys. I put the chats back on. Gallas. He was an absolute. The guy was responsible for a lot of our defeats. Then he was blaming other players. Then he had a problem with Nasri. Then he was picking a fight with Nasri on the French team bus. You're in my seat. The guy was a complete arrogance, and he was making the mistakes in defense that cost us the games. And he's looking at other people, then going like that to them. Why didn't you? Yeah, but you were the one in the position to clear the ball.
Yep.
Awful influence.
Imagine if you will, with a court connection, Roy Keane, without the ability and without the silverware.
Yeah, that's what you have. And he had the ego as well, like you said. He didn't have the ability or the silverware, but he had the ego. He had the walk of a, he thought he was something special. That guy was very disliked, really disliked.
Yeah.
Manny, question to the Arteta fans. Arteta been there since 2019. We're in 2024. If the Champions League or the Premier League isn't won in May, then it's a failure. Why should a process take 5 years or more? We're after spending almost 750 million as well. We got an FA Cup to show for it, yeah, but
that's not a question worth asking, AFC always. I mean, I know your real name, but all I will say is, look, we all know the answer, even, with an Irish connection, albeit Northern Irish, but he also managed the Republic of Ireland team. Martin O'Neill said,
Yeah.
there comes a time when a process should no longer be called a process.
Mm.
Time to win. And, you know, it's really not a question worth asking. And we all know that these Arteta fans will say, we still need to do this, we need to do that. And wisdom says that we have to stick with our managers. But wisdom also says that, if managers are still underachieving after a certain period of time, you get shot of them. Simple as
Mm.
that.
Mm.
Now, a smart manager would have taken a look at the gains we made supposedly last season and tried to build on them. But once again, Arteta was starting to tinker and make some stupid changes. If he hadn't have dropped Magalhaes from the starting lineup and insisted on playing Partey at right back, I don't believe we would have had the bad start that we did last season. We
Mm.
started really well, like a house on fire,
Mm.
and Arteta has to take the blame, really, David, for a lot of the misfortune that's been going on. But you know, typical of these moronic fans, they're just going to continue to back Arteta, saying the sun shines out of his rear end. It really is disgusting. And a lot of people, a lot of friends of mine on Twitter with whom I interact say it's an absolute cult. It really is.
Mm.
And the
Mm.
only way that things will get worse is when, just as it did during the end of Wenger's time here, things start to get so bad and so disillusioning and so soul destroying that eventually we decide, we can't hack it anymore. There are some sensible people who accept that Arteta should be supposedly credited for rebuilding a side. But he'll never be the person to take us to the promised land. And there are some people who will once again disagree with that, but I'm not one of them, David. I
Mm.
think, he's had time to prove himself. It hasn't worked. We need to get shot of him. It's as simple as that. But given that the club have seen it fit to offer him a new deal, the club are now putting themselves in a position where they won't even know whether they should stick or twist with him.
Mm.
If we fall off a cliff with him and we have to fire him, we're going to lose a good amount of dosh.
Mm. Yeah, the thing though you touched on about the Arsenal fans, I mean, I don't know. There is obviously a large amount of them, yeah, that are Arteta in, and like I said, they think the sun shines out of his ass. We haven't been successful really with him as manager, but the thing is that there has been improvement, but not to the degree required. Like I said, they're hanging on to him. Like Chelsea are the perfect example when Abramovich was in charge. Now, look, that's a completely different situation. But he was not one to mess around when he thought the manager wasn't doing it and wasn't going to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What channel is the PSG game on, Dave? I just have a stream for it, Aidan. I just have a stream for that, but I'm not actually watching it now. But it's Strikeout. Sorry, there, Aidan is just asking me. Strikeout is like the website for that. But yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like, but it's not just one or two Arsenal fans. There's a whole load of them that support Arteta, and I will never call me naive, call me maybe stupid. I don't know, but I will never understand why they back him to the hilt when they can see. Surely they can see that we're not at the level required to win the league. Okay, Manchester City are, I mean, needless to say, and Liverpool under club, a little bit better than us. Man City are light years ahead of us. But
Hey.
why, when they can see, like I can, you don't need to be a rocket scientist here, Manny, to realize that we're not at the required level to win the league in any way,
Yep.
shape, or form. And we're a long way off that. Yeah? We're a long way off that with Arteta. So why are they supporting him to the hilt when he's had the full backing of the board, something Unai Emery never got?
Yep.
And still, they support it and they believe that he can be successful. We need to win the title, Manny. It's 20 years now. I don't want to be putting that all on Arteta because it was before he started, yeah? Any of you remember him as a player? He was bang average. I mean, let's have it right. Nothing spectacular, Manny. He was bang average as a player. Okay? But why? It's not all on him for the 20 years we've been waiting, but now it's at a critical point. We're at a crossroads. How he ever got the manager's job in the first place is beyond me when you consider his limited coaching experience. But people like me, they got it past me because he's a former player. That's what kind of caught me off guard. I was like, geez, Mikel Arteta, might not be a bad thing. Of course, it's turned out to be much worse than that.
Yeah.
We're at odds and ends, man. We're just I don't know, and the good players we have will actually
Yeah,
leave at some point because, like you said, they're becoming disillusioned.
absolutely, absolutely. And I'm just taking a look at all of the. I mean, these are just the highlights of the games that were played, starting with Liverpool against Burnley. But you're absolutely right. And as you've said, Arteta was bang average. And I just keep wonder
Bang
whether
average.
it's William Gallas or Mikel Arteta or some other players. Why have most of our captains been since Tony Adams been a bunch of mediocre footballers? It really doesn't make any sense.
I don't know, and I don't know why we're actually going to that area. Like Zidane is a one in a million. You know what he did, as a player to a coach with the success he had, especially at Champions League level, European
Yeah,
level.
but listen. Here's the
Not
thing,
every
though.
player is good. Not every player can do that, man.
Agreed, but here's the thing about Zidane. I'm not one of those people, mind you, Dave, and you can criticize me on this as much as you want. I'm not one of those people who were in any way really convinced much by the Champions League success he earned because look, with the squad that he had,
Yeah,
a more than competent manager, any real competent manager would be able to get the best out of them. And for me, yes, they might have been three consecutive Champions Leagues, but with the squad that Zidane had, that was really as expected. And he nobody would dare challenge him because of his legacy as a player. France legend, Real Madrid legend. If anyone
yeah,
dared try to cross him, it would be curtains for that particular player in question. You know what I mean?
yeah. He was like an
And obviously,
untouchable, untouchable.
hey, and obviously Zidane had the full backing of Florentino Perez. Obviously, it just puts into perspective just how average a manager Rafa Benitez really was. And people point to his tactical expertise, but in reality, he wasn't really as good as people thought he was. And that Champions League win with Liverpool really was down to mainly good fortune more than anything else. Although don't tell that to the Liverpool supporters, they will insist that they deserve to win because Liverpool wanted it more. And you take a look at the highlights of the penalty shootout. I did like Jerzy Dudek as a goalkeeper, but the man was literally so far off his line to save at least one or two of the kicks, man. It was
Mm,
stupid.
yeah,
And in that day, stronger linesmen and officials would have, told him, "Sorry, Jerzy, that doesn't work, son. We're gonna have to retake the penalty."
yeah. He
Some
just
of the
stay on the
saves
goal
were,
line now.
yeah. I mean, obviously, Carragher told him to try and channel his inner Brucey Grobbelaar, but I think it's fair to say that the pole took it too
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
too far off his line. It has to be said, and yeah. So Benitez was an absolutely poor manager, and with Zidane coming in when he did, it was a case of any manager would do. But if Ancelotti were in at that time, he'd definitely have achieved a similar result with that sort of a squad. So I don't
mm,
really rate Zidane that highly, and I don't want to see Zidane in the Premiership because if he does, I don't think he can still speak a word of English. I mean, neither could Unai Emery, but he at least was making an effort to do so. I don't think anybody would dare criticize Zidane for his inability to speak English because, as Marco Materazzi found out, that man has a really hard head, and if he bangs it against your chest, ooh boy,
he's a strong guy. Yeah, and when he's angry,
hey,
he's a bull and a
hey, he
fantastic.
is.
He's a fantastic player. But the thing is that oh, you touched on a point there. Yeah, it's true what you said about Zidane. I agree with you completely. Yeah, but look, let me ask you: this whole blue card, 10 minute sin bin. What are your feelings? Things complicated, right?
Stupid,
I mean,
stupid, stupid.
seriously,
Yeah, listen, I don't know if you
blue
watch
card.
much rugby, and I know that as a Corkman, many of your fellow Cork guys are really into the Gaelic games like hurling or what have you. I know that rugby is quite big, and of course, after sadly yet another World Cup disappointment, Ireland are still, for what it's worth, favourites to win the Six Nations Championship. I don't know if they will win the Grand Slam necessarily, but they are looking really good. Scotland, I think, pretty much proved that they're still a little bit naive and, a little bit green around the ears, if you know what I mean. And
Mm, yeah,
France, under Fabien Golthy, don't look much better either. They were expected to, coast to the all the way to the final stage of the World Cup, but then lost to South Africa. And wait, what was I talking about?
The blue card sin bin.
Yeah. So that bin is used, and they have a sort of a rule, mind you, and we saw that in the Rugby World Cup final between South Africa and New Zealand. Obviously, there were two contrasting incidents involving both captains, Sam Cane of the All Blacks and Siya Kolisi of South Africa. Now, Cane, what he did was utterly stupid because he went in shoulder first. He knew that was actually a poor thing to do, and he ended up paying the price for that by being sent to the sin bin. And when you're in the sin bin, a video committee, not unlike the VAR thing, in fact, exactly like the VAR we have in football, they will look at that incident, and if they determine that serious foul play was used, they will convert that yellow to a red, and you'll be off. And when Siya Kolisi went in shoulder first, he also had the good sense to turn his shoulder away ever so slightly. So it was determined that his infraction wasn't a case of foul play, and he was let back on. But of course, by the time he was let back on, the match was almost over. So he missed a pivotal piece of play. Fortunately, New Zealand had some chances to, take a lead after that brilliant try from Bowden Barrett, and sadly didn't, materialize. But, it works in rugby. It's not going to work in football. And when you have a situation effectively where, because we also saw a similar incident in the Asia Cup final today, where I did a watch along for that. Sadly, due to the arrogance and short-sightedness of the terrestrial TV networks in the UK, I don't think they had coverage of that. The BBC were willing to show AFCON, but not the Asia Cup. I don't know if the Asia Cup was being shown on Sky Sports. I'm not too sure if Sky Sports was able to do that. And given that you moved recently, I don't know what TV channels you've got back in Switzerland. I don't know how you get your coverage of the football that you'd like to see. But there was an incident, really, where one of the Jordanian players had his shirt tugged by a Qatar defender. And in his anger, he decided to just run into the guy shoulder first. He sort of hit his arm. And what saved him from getting sent off, and to answer your question, it was Qatar who won it. 3 penalties in a 3-1 scoreline. I was rooting for Jordan, mind you, but sadly it just wasn't to be. Their defensive naivety let them down. So Qatar, of course, made history by being the first team to win as hosts and also the first team to defend their title at the same time. They're the 6th hosts to win. They're the 3rd team to defend their title, but the only team to do both at the same time.
Wasn't it Jordan's first final, yeah?
Yep.
I saw them celebrating on the streets. They were going crazy over in Jordan.
Oh, yes. And obviously, given the whole Israel-Palestine issue, Jordan were also very clear that they were behind Palestine. By the way, your fellow Corkman Kelleher played for Liverpool today against Burnley. I wonder how that went.
Kevin.
So Queemin is the Gaelic form of his name, is it?
Yeah, Queeveen is the name for Kevin.
Queeveen, but it's spelled Queemin. So the M is pronounced V?
That's right. Yeah, Queeveen.
Well, boy, oh boy, the more I know about Gaelic. Yeah, and I'm really glad to be on a stream with a guy who probably speaks better Gaelic than some of the other Irish YouTubers. No disrespect.
Queeveen Kelleher. Kelleher is a Cork name as Kelleher. Every second person is Kelleher, but Queeveen is Kevin. Queeveen.
Kelleher. Sounds almost like Gallagher, really.
Kelleher. Yeah. Kelleher is a very Cork name. Everyone is Kelleher.
Yeah, so he
like
conceded
Murphy,
one goal.
Like Murphy is another big Cork name.
So he conceded one goal from a guy named Dara O'Shea, also as Irish as they come. I don't know if he's in the Ireland squad now, and I know that Stephen Kenny has been given his marching orders. So have the FAI appointed a new manager yet?
Long overdue.
Yeah, but have the FAI appointed his replacement yet?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not to the best of my knowledge, they haven't.
Boy. Well, I mean, Chris Hughton is available, but if Ghana sacked him, I don't think Ireland should have him.
I was surprised he was the Ghana manager. Obviously, I only realised that the African Nations Cup, not to sound ignorant, but I was like, Jesus, I remember that player. He was actually a decent player, man. He was all right. He was actually a decent player. quick pace.
First choice
Quick,
right back for the Irish team at Euro
very
'88
quick,
and Italia '90, as I believe.
very quick, very pacey. Actually, he had a lot of pace. Reminds me a bit of like what's that player for Manchester City at the moment? He plays right back for them.
Kyle Walker.
Then is it right back? Am I mistaken? Is it left back? One
Nathan
second.
Ake.
Yeah,
Josko
Ake.
Gvardiol.
He reminds me a bit of Nathan Ake.
Yeah. Well, taking a
Kyle
look at
Walker. Kyle
the
Walker got
Burnley
himself in a bit
game,
of hot water.
I'm seeing that Burnley did have plenty of chances, but this probably should be the third goal. I think Diogo Jota with a shot blocked. They were appealing for a penalty. Harvey Elliott with a speculative cross. Nunes with the header, and that's it, 3-1. So
Nunes scored.
yeah,
Wow,
yeah. So listen. Back to your question on the sin bin, and I will get to that. I promise. I'm sorry for digressing. So
okay.
I don't think it shouldn't be applied really, because there was that Jordan incident really saw him barge the Qatar defender with his shoulder and hit him in the arm. And because that stupid defender clutched his chest and went down, I think it was, determined that he was trying to angle for a sending off or a free kick, and ended up getting neither. So the Jordan attacker escaped with a yellow card. And let's say, for example, and in that particular match, like let's say he was given a yellow card by the referee, but VAR were looking at that. And if they determined that that there was some serious foul play applied, then they would have spoken to the referee and told him to go to the monitor and check that and see if it deserved a sending off. And mind you, the referee actually went to the monitor, and he could have changed it from a yellow to a red on the spot and sent the poor bloke off. But thankfully, he didn't, because the goal that fella scored, Yazid let me just look up that name, but that was a really wonderful goal that he scored, and it was a goal worthy of winning, any particular title tournament. And it was just a shame that they came up against 3 penalties from the same player, a hat trick of penalties. Yes, Yazan Al Naimat in the 67th minute, but Akram Afif with a hat trick of penalties, 8 goals for the tournament.
That's crazy.
Those Qataris are a bunch of jammy people. And they'll be, crowned the best in Asia, but they'll come a cropper in the World Cup, even if they do qualify. Go figure. But back to your question, no, I don't want to see a sin bin applied. The sin bin works really well for rugby because, even in rugby, for example, obviously, you have blood replacements where players can replace some other players.
Yeah, blood stoppage.
And then come back. You don't stop the flow of the play. And... in addition, let's say, for example, you send a player to the sin bin, but he's also on the verge of being substituted anyway. Why would you want to, bring him back on the field and then take him off? It just wouldn't work. And, the rules may not necessarily be okay, but they're not broken. And you know what we say? If it isn't broken,
don't fix it.
Hey.
You know what I mean? If it isn't broke, don't fix it. That makes sense. But the thing is, I can't remember in rugby, like, I'm 44 years of age, but I can't actually remember when they brought in the sin bin. Now, it does work at rugby, yeah, but it's a different sport, of course. Different rules, different amount of players. But when it was brought in, I can't actually remember did it also have, like, teething problems at the beginning, like everything does. It's getting much too complicated, though. Like, I don't know when they're proposing to bring it into the game, but it's like, obviously it's going to be across the board, yeah, not just Premier League. It's going to be international football, club football. But the thing is that, I mean, VAR isn't quite at it yet. I mean, they haven't ironed out the kinks and the problems with VAR. You want to bring something else then quickly afterwards, it's going to turn it into a farce. I mean, Paul Merson, he's a bit of a yes man for the club. But he turned around and he said he thinks it's a complete farce. You know what I mean? If it comes in. Look.
Yeah. And mind you, when I started watching rugby in the early 90s, I think, the sin bin was only used in rugby league. It was never used in rugby union. And rugby union was the game I enjoyed the most, watching the then Five Nations Championships on Grandstand back on BBC One.
Excellent. I remember it. Excellent.
Yeah, and of course, I remember bawling like a baby when England lost the World Cup final to Nick Farr-Jones's Australia, Michael Liner, David Campese, and that lot.
The
And so to
Campese
see
was
us,
very good, man. Campese, very
hey,
good.
and even the Irish team back then had some more than decent players. I do remember vaguely the likes of Nick Popplewell, among others, who also was a
Simon
British and
Gagan.
Irish player.
We had Simon Gagan on the wing.
Hey, he was he. I think
The blonde haired guy, yeah.
I
Very
might
good.
remember him. He was a more than decent player
A
too.
flyer,
And
a
then
flyer.
later on, of course, the legend that is Keith Wood,
Oh,
Brian O'Driscoll, and Donica O'Callaghan, and several others.
I
And
saw
a lot of
Donegal
these,
O'Callaghan. He was standing next to me.
hey, I can tell by the name O'Callaghan that he must be another Cork guy.
Yeah, his grandmother was living across the road from my friend. Like, I'm going back now almost 15 years. But his grandmother was living across the road from my friend, and I never knew it. And we were out one day in the porch, like we were standing like on the steps leading up to the house. And I was by the driveway, and I looked across and I saw him over there, but he had like a hoodie. Now he just looked like a young guy with a hoodie on. Then I realized, yeah, he looked like a young guy. He had the hood up. Obviously, I could see he was a big man, yeah. But I looked over and
Uh-huh.
I said, Jesus, isn't that? He said, yeah, that's his grandmother. But I realized then, like the size of him to the pillars and to the gate. The gate was like up to his knees. You know what I mean?
Hey, of
And
course,
when
and
he when he came out, I was like, Jesus, at the size of him, you know. I was like, fuck, he's a
yeah,
big guy. Because he's a big fella, isn't he?
exactly.
And it
And
was
even with
him.
England,
It
but
was him, yeah.
even with England, before the days of Martin Johnson, we had Martin Bayfield and Wade Dooley, who were also very big units. I believe, if memory serves me right, Bayfield was actually a policeman.
Mm.
Was it Bayfield or Dooley? I don't quite remember. But both of those guys were really big. I know that Johnson is a world champion, but on their day, you wouldn't ever want to mess with either Bayfield or Dooley.
Mm.
Even now, I'm about 5'8". They've got a foot over me, and I would never ever want to get into any kind of a disagreement with them. And I say
Johnson is a
disagreement.
little bit controversial though at times. He made like I don't know did he mean to or not. I don't know did he think about it or not, but he lined the England team up like with the mind games. We played them in Dublin, and the
Hmm.
president of the country was there, of course. I think it was Mary McAleese at the time was the president,
Oh,
and she took over from Mary Robinson. And Mary McAleese was a brilliant president also, but he lined the team up in such a way that the English came out onto the field first. He put them in the position where the Irish were the home team stand. So he
uh-huh.
stood the English team where the Irish team should be. That was the first mind game, yeah. So then the Irish and England won that day. Then in Dublin, then when the Irish team came out, there was a little bit of trouble, and he wouldn't move the team from the position they were in. He refused to move the team. The Irish president had to walk through the muck. It was real controversy, man. But I think he did it to, get at the Irish team, yeah, like mind games before the game started. Definitely, man. He won that day.
Yeah.
England won that day, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But he was a
that just goes
saucy
to
boy,
show that
Johnson. He was a
sometimes,
saucy boy.
sometimes when they work, they work. But
Hmm.
if England were led by a very strong captain, they would have, looked at that and said, "You're not going to win, you know, against us with that sort of nonsense, boys." And it might not have been the New Zealand hacker, but certainly those mind games, if used properly, can work. If they don't work, you're made to look like a right duffer and a half. And yeah, still watching the highlights.
He was a
I'm
good
about,
leader, though, man. Johnson was a leader on the field as well. You know what I mean? He led the
and
team.
that's what I said. He was a leader, but in terms
Hmm.
of ferocity and being a big unit, Bayfield and Dooley were just different class, really.
Colossal, yeah.
Yeah,
Colossal
and
guys, yeah.
I see this is one of the reasons why I love being able to get on YouTube with a lot of 40-something guys and older like yourself, because we remember a lot of things back in the day, and.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm just watching the Brighton game right now. Former gunner Danny Welbeck with a shot that was well saved by Vicario. And I believe, if memory serves me right, Brighton took the lead through Pascal Gross penalty.
Yeah,
And
Pascal Gross. Yeah.
there is the penalty now. Mickey van der Ven fouling the Brighton attack. I don't know who that is. He fouled Welbeck. Once a gunner, always a gunner.
Go on, Welbeck.
And of course, it was Gross who scored that penalty. And for a minute, Arsenal fans were happy, but then, they had James Maddison coming back. They had Heung-min Son coming back. Good save by Luke Steele from Richarlison, but then you just sensed that it would be a matter of time before Spurs would eventually come back into it.
Mm.
I don't get this whole thing with Brighton about rotating their goalkeepers, and Maddison with a wonderful curler that just went wide of Steele. Yeah. So
I have to watch the highlights later. Yeah, when I come off from this, I will. But we have a question from AFC Always. Question to the both of us, Manny. What players will you want at Arsenal in the summer? You go first, Manny. Then I'll take the
yeah.
you
So
take the lead, bro.
another highlight. Karo Matoma there drawing a save from Vicario. Look, it's really hard for me to say who I'd want in the summer, but all I know is that we do need a very good striker. And I was having a debate with, a discussion really with another guy on another stream, and he was telling me that, in as much as people might be saying that Victor Osimhen, given his lack of goals during the AFCON, he's a bit of a fraud. He isn't really a fraud because he's actually made some big contributions to Nigeria reaching the final. And some controversy here regarding Tottenham's equaliser. A lot of people are claiming that there should have been an offside, a rather jammy goal, really, going off the post and then Sarr being at the right place at the right time to just poke it in from a narrow angle. Pape Sarr, that is. And then Brighton once again going forward. And, Welbeck very nearly scoring, but just wide. Actually, that wasn't Welbeck. That was someone else. I think it was... don't know who that was, really. I didn't see the jersey number.
Welbeck's cousin.
Yeah, and then Richarlison to Heung-min Son. Heung-min Son in the penalty area. Inch-perfect cross to Brennan Johnson. Nerves of steel to steal the 3 points after popping it past Luke. 2-1 to the Spuds. But
right at the end, wasn't it? Like 96th minute.
Yeah, so he and I he was saying that while Osimhen would be a quality player, I was saying that there was no way that Arteta would have anywhere near enough clout to get Osimhen at the club. And my friend, who's a Chelsea supporter, agreed and said that although Osimhen is easily the better footballer, Tony would be the better fit for us with our stupid system. Bear in mind, Dave, that we don't buy quality players, we buy system players. And because they work the system well, everyone thinks that all is well and good. But when the system proves to be defective, nobody really wants to take a look at that and say, you know what, we're wrong. And what I find absolutely irritating for me personally is how a lot of people can accuse us of, wanting to see Arsenal fail and have the dopamine rush of being proved right on Arteta, rather than seeing Arsenal win and being willing to accept that we may be wrong about him. Fans like you, me, and everyone else, we're all about being proved wrong because more than, our sense of righteousness, we want to see Arsenal win. And if we see Arsenal win, we're willing to support the manager. I didn't want Arteta at Arsenal, okay? I wanted Ancelotti. But he went to Everton. Arteta came to us when it should have been the other way around. And after the FA Cup win, I was willing to give him some confidence and say, you know what, maybe he deserves to be given a chance. Notwithstanding the fact that it might have been a case of an extended new manager bounce, and also some good fortune in that run, he did enough to earn the benefit of doubt. But when we went to 15th in the league and failed to qualify for Europe the following season, I told myself, I can't vibe with this manager unless he does something really, really good. And what has he done since? He bottled top 4 to Antonio Conte. He bottled the title to Pep Guardiola. And for all of the talk about how amazing that Anfield that win over Liverpool at the Emirates was, we're still 5 points behind them, albeit with a game in hand. And if we fail to beat West Ham at the London Stadium, then all that work will be for nothing.
It was one game, Annie, like I was saying to people afterwards, and I'm a positive, like-minded individual. Like you, I look at the cup as half full, but it was one match. It was one match, and they were a bit below par. Now, I don't want to take away from Arteta and the team, but Liverpool were below par. You touched on about last season. You touched on about losing it to Antonio Conte. But the thing was, last season, that was the time for Arteta to show his managerial nous, his skills as a manager. It was all down to him. The players too, but the majority of the responsibility was on his shoulders. He completely, we had the game against West Ham away, I remember, and then we had the game against Liverpool away. Okay, fair enough, difficult places to go. But Manny, we had many opportunities at home.
Liverpool came before West Ham, don't forget that.
We had so many opportunities at home to get over the line. The Southampton game, Okay, Bournemouth, we won 3-2, but we were goddamn lucky. Brighton beat us 3-0 when we were pushing for the league at the Emirates. That's inexcusable, Manny. Seriously, man. I mean,
Yep.
seriously, no. That was just... And we sacrificed other competitions to put everything, all our eggs in one basket, and we didn't make it. We got Champions League football. Fair enough. Grand job. Do I think we'll beat Porto? No. Why? Because Arteta, it's like a one-off. It's 2 matches, I get it, yeah, but it's like a one-off. They're a one-off team. We don't play them season in, season out in the Premier League. That's how Arteta gets his experience to play teams in the Premier League, and we still lose sometimes. When's the last time we played Porto? Of course, that's not on Arteta, but he won't have the team ready for the challenge that they pose because he doesn't have the managerial expertise, like Klopp, for example, to actually set the team up to combat what Porto are going to do and the players that Porto have. He's not able for it. I think Porto will turn up over.
Forget about Porto for a minute. We couldn't beat Sporting Lisbon in the Europa League.
Mm.
Ramsdale had one of the worst games I've ever seen him have. And people
Yeah,
say that we have a chance of beating Porto. Couldn't save a single damn penalty in that match and got lobbed from the halfway line. In many ways, that was even worse than David Seaman getting lobbed by Naeem
by
in
Naeem,
the
yeah.
Cup Winners' Cup
Against
final.
Saragata, yeah.
Yep, I was heartbroken for the guy, but at least he was able to redeem
He was an
himself by...
ex-Spurs player, Manny. Naeem was an ex-Spurs player.
Hey, a member of that FA Cup
Oh,
winning squad as well under
yeah.
Terry Venables, Lord rest his soul. And of course, they,
Yeah,
interestingly enough, also won the... Oh, this is now highlights from the Luton-Sheffield United game. Luton were on a good run, but we see the former Aston Villa striker Cameron Archer putting them in the lead after some good work. And then Luton having a few chances, that one not really well taken, wide of the mark. And... second goal.
There's a question for you there, Manny, from AFC
Yeah.
Always. Whenever you're ready, man. In your own time.
Oh, yeah, I've had this question asked before, and I do remember the 1901 season. That actually was the first season I started watching the Arsenal, and the home game against Liverpool was the first game I saw fully live. ITV's The Match, Elton Welsby, Jim Rosenthal and company, and of course Brian Moore on commentary duty. Amazing. And so 2 penalties awarded in the game between Luton and Sheffield United, 1 for each, after VAR, of course, evening themselves out, you could say. But Sheffield United far and away the better team today. And
I was surprised. I thought Luton, because of Barkley, were going to turn them over, yeah, because they've been in impressive form, Luton, and Barkley has been on it.
Yeah, and I'm actually one of the few people who say, and then how about that for a winner? Vinny Souza there with a gorgeous strike into
I need
the
to watch all the highlights afterwards.
Yep.
So you're getting
Tommy
me interested
Kaminsky Tommy Kaminsky. I think he got a hand to it, but didn't really do enough to keep it out. And chance for Luton near the end, but Fotheringham coming up trumps. But yeah, so I'll answer that question absolutely. And I did say that 91 season was the first season I started watching the game. The home game against Liverpool was wonderful. We beat them 3-0 with Magic Man Merson scoring the first. It was ruled to have crossed the line despite the efforts of Liverpool's players to keep it out, and that was when he took the lead. I think Lee Dixon scored a penalty to make it 2-0, and then Smudger Smith scored the third. A 3-0 win over a Liverpool team that were defending champions. Very satisfying.
Brilliant winner. A brilliant win.
And so, yes, definitely. But, that really shouldn't be allowed to discredit the entire squad. But without Tony Adams' presence, I think you could say that maybe they lost their way a little bit. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was a tale of, even when a senior player like Kenny Sansom, made a mistake during a game, Tony Adams wasn't afraid to give him a little bit of a bollocking. Now, if he was made captain by George Graham, then Adams, I suppose, had a right to do that. But I am not in favour of younger players trying to boss the older players around and say, you were absolutely rubbish. Because if you're a seasoned, dedicated enough professional, you will know yourself that, you have to own up to your mistakes. Of course, that might have been closer to the end of Kenny's career with the Arsenal. He then joined Coventry City, and as we all know, he had a bit of an issue with alcohol. He's now hopefully on the mend. We send him our best wishes. But yeah, AFC always. I know your real name. If you don't want to, I won't mention it on the stream. I mean, Dave knows who you are anyway. But yeah, we would have won.
I actually don't. I actually don't know who he is.
Okay, so even then, I definitely won't mention it. I'm not
No, I
about
don't,
to
because
do
you
that.
might want it to be. I actually don't know the
But
gentleman's name. Yeah, but
yeah,
yeah.
but he's a wonderful bloke. Proper Arsenal fan. Been with me
It's not
on
Ray
many
Parler, is
streams.
it? It's not Ray Parler.
What's not Ray Parler?
AFC always.
No.
I'm winding. I'm joking. Now, Dave. I'm
He's
joking.
not named after anyone. All right, so calm down, Dave. But
I just got
yeah,
a bit
so
excited. Sorry, guys. I just got a bit. I lost my head.
yeah. So yeah, we definitely would have won, and I think we just lost a little bit of confidence. But even that result in question, it was a narrow defeat to Chelsea, the only defeat we suffered that season. And if you were to speak to the likes of Kenny Ken and a few others, they actually rate that 91 team ahead of the 2004 Invincibles team. Heck, you know what? I rate the 2002 double winning side ahead of
Yeah.
that Invincibles team.
Yeah. They were good. Yeah, I remember talking about Tony Adams. I remember I was only saying it last night because I think AFC posed the same question about Adams. Did he think that we would have actually went the whole season unbeaten in 91 if Adams wasn't in jail, if he wasn't locked up? What I remember about Tony Adams was when Arsene Wenger came to the club, he changed everything for Adams. There was a mutual respect. He didn't have to train as much as some of the other senior players. I think 3 times in the week he would train just to give his knees a rest, that he was okay for match day. He also had a special diet made in. Obviously, Adams wasn't allowed to drink alcohol, but this kind of got prolonged Adams's career, and he got an extra couple of years out. 98, the double, the FA Cup final against Newcastle at Wembley, him against Alan Shearer. I mean, a crunching tackle at the beginning of that game just to kind of lay down a marker to Shearer. He battled manfully with Shearer all match, got the best of him, but there was an incredible duel between the two of them. Obviously, Adams had better players around him than Shearer did, let's have it right. He was in a better team, but still, Shearer was a real handful. I mean, it was 1 against 1 in there when the ball came in. It was man marking at its finest. It was a battle between the two of them. I will always remember Adams for that battle against Shearer at Wembley. We won the game, of course, 2-0. We completed the double. Also, the last game at Highbury when we won the league, I think it was the game where we were presented with the trophy. Was it Adams to Bold or Bold to Adams? Who passed the ball to who?
Well, I mean, it was Adams who scored, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Adams that scored. So he went like this, yeah. In front of the Adams side. It was Bold to Adams. So I was trying to think there because I remember Stevie Bold hitting one as well at one point. All the defenders were kind of scoring. It was free scoring team, but that was against Everton, I think, 4-0. And then we were crowned champions. But I will always remember Adams for that. I mean,
yeah.
an incredible leader, an incredible defender.
Let's not forget that he was also an outstanding England captain. He was England's captain, of course, for the Euros under Terry Venables. And then that moron Glenn Hoddle, who ended up, making a name for himself for some of his ridiculous
for all the wrong
decisions.
Reasons.
Yeah, for all the wrong reasons.
Eileen Drury. Eileen Drury was her name.
Hey, don't get me started with that. And
psychic healer, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, that was stupid. I don't want to talk about that. But, his decision to give the captaincy to Alan Shearer and taking it away from Big Tone, I think that was really a slap in the face. And, Tony should be celebrated as one of England's finest ever defenders. And it's just a shame that, in comparison to other defenders, his England career wasn't quite as much to write home about as it would have been. But he'll always and forever be, one of the few England captains to lead us to the semi-finals of a major tournament. Harry Kane, of course, being another. And Harry Kane also led us to a final. And, of course, let's not forget that it was Terry Butcher and Brian Robson combined who led us to the semi-finals at Italia 90. That was, of course, the tournament where Jackie's Army made their name. Sadly, without Liam Brady and with Frank Stapleton.
We had a good run that year, man. We had a good run.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have won it that year. I don't want to be arrogant, but I feel that they could have won it.
Actually, though, you had 3 draws in the I think 4 draws and a defeat effectively, and the draw against Romania ended up becoming a penalty shootout win. So
Packy Bonner,
yeah,
David
but
O'Leary.
you see, you still had to do work just to start to qualify as a third place finisher, and it could have worked for you, but sadly, up against the hosts, Italy, it was just a case of I don't know if it was necessarily a step too far, but going back to Adams, he really should be remembered as an all-time England great, and it's just a tragedy that he isn't necessarily regarded in such regarded so highly. Even Sol Campbell, for some reason, suffers in comparison to the likes of John Terry, which is sacrilege, really. I mean, of course, there can be no greater English defender than the late Bobby Moore, Lord rest his soul. But Adams and Campbell in particular have never really been given the credit and the respect that they deserve for their England exploits, and it's really
Campbell has been quite vocal about that, and about, I'm not going to get into race, but he's been quite vocal about the reasons he feels why. But Campbell is a fantastic defender. I mean, I'll never forget him in 2006, towering header, great defensive performance in the Champions League final. Campbell, an incredible, and he crossed the great divide, Manny, from Spurs to Arsenal. The great divide, as I call it. Yeah.
And on the other end of the spectrum, you have that moron Gallas, who crossed the divide by going the other way. And he came back to the Emirates as Tottenham captain as they won 3-2, and he celebrated like a madman. If there's one person you should hate most of all, it's Gallas. Forget about Adebayor. Adebayor scored goals, and he was also going through a few problems as well. And I often feel that whenever our Arsenal fans get on the backs of certain players, they are exceptionally cruel and heartless at times. But what can you do? Such is life. And, even now we've got some fans who really have no sense of airs or graces or magnanimity. And whenever, we end up suffering as a result, whether it's by defeat or something or another, it's always it's never going to be our fault. It's luck is against us. Everything is sort of conspired against us. It's not fair. Wah wah wah. Bunch of idiots.
I actually have I have a very good story actually for you, Manny. You remember I mentioned Dre earlier. His channel is Drawn by Dre. He's a young Arsenal fan, living near the stadium. So Dre was at a game like maybe a month ago. And this will tell you now about the fan base, right? How toxic they are. He was at the game, and I think we had lost. I think it was the West Ham game. That's right, it was the West Ham game. And they had beaten us. And Odegaard came over and was like walking towards the fans, and like there was 2 guys behind him, right? Behind Dre. And he turned around and they actually had an argument. And they were like this, "Oh, don't you worry, the next time, Odes, we'll win the next one. Don't you worry about that. You're fantastic. You're the best. We'll win the next one. Don't worry about this." You know what I mean? Okay, grand, support them. But he says that's exactly what's wrong with the fan base. Instead of they could have turned around and said, being a bit kind of like confrontational, that wasn't good enough. We need more. We need to play better. But they were just like kind of dismissing it as, well, on to the next game. He said that's exactly the problem. The players aren't being held accountable. He got into an argument then with the guys, and he said it could have got physical. It could have got physical. But he said, I have friends living nearby. They'd be outside the stadium if I rang them. But he was like, come outside. We'll sort it out. It could have got physical, but they were hell-bent on just supporting the team like that and just, supporting the players, which I agree with, but not when, there's no accountability in any way, shape, or form.
The worst part is, Dave,
the fan base.
Yeah, the worst part is what the worst part is, Dave. These fans, some of them are probably going to be the first, mark my words, to turn away and start jumping ship when things really go wrong. And they're also going to be, remember when we lost to Brighton and Hove Albion 3-0, and some fans actually, left the stadium. It was disgraceful, and. These are the same fans who, have the nerve to lecture us about supporting the team. And if we're not willing to get behind them and really trust the process, then we don't deserve to be called Arsenal fans, and we don't deserve to support the team. Well, you know what I say, for want of a better word, bugger them. This is our club too. It belongs to us as much as it belongs to them. And many of these guys, including that blogger I told you about, many of them don't even believe half the rubbish they spout. as a lot of people would say, and Del Boy
Yeah.
would say the same thing. And I don't know if Del Boy is watching the stream, but I will, of course. I think he will be going live tomorrow, either with a watch along. I don't know if he's doing the call-in shows anymore, but that's his decision. Gallus not leaving the football pitch, of course, was the day Eduardo da Silva suffered that her injury. Yeah, mate. AFC
Double leg
always
break,
that was
double compound.
it was
double...
it was horrible. And instead of showing the necessary composure to be captain, that idiot sat on the pitch and sulked. And he had the nerve to go after the younger players. When Roy Keane did the same thing at Manchester United, he was rightly sent home. And also when he did the same thing in Saipan before the World Cup with Ireland, Mick McCarthy was absolutely right to send him home. And I know that you and I will disagree about the whole Keane thing, but I've said right now on many occasions, Dave, that as great a player as Keane was, he had a disgusting attitude. And it's not for nothing that we say that attitude determines altitude. So, yes, he may have been a really good captain for Manchester United. But, when he joined, it was really Brian Robson and Steve Bruce who pretty much set the groundwork for him to really take it over. And I don't necessarily believe that he took it to the next level, because let's not forget, he was also preceded as captain by a certain Eric Cantona. And Cantona also, he of the, the Kung Fu... I mean, you remember that Kung Fu fight?
The racism, the punch and the kick.
I think there should be a video of him doing
perfect
that.
Technique. The technique was perfect.
Played to that
perfect
song.
Technique.
Yeah, it was good. It was
he got the knee up and then he extended the leg.
Yeah, but I tell you what, though, he was lucky that he wasn't punished as much as he should have been, and Alex Ferguson bizarrely stood by him. But one thing which Cantona did correctly that Keane didn't was that after that incident, he knuckled down, he put his head down, and his disciplinary record with Manchester United actually was quite impeccable. He was only booked once after that. Yeah. Keane, on the other hand, kept getting sent off and kept mouthing off and kept, injuring players, bashing their knees, stamping on their groin. I mean, don't get me wrong, Patrick Vieira isn't a saint, but not even he would engage in such disgusting conduct as to bash the knee of Erling Haaland's dad. And now I think it could be a case of karma, because look at what Erling's been doing to Manchester United these past few years. But this is why Roy Keane, for me, can never be considered a great. And I say this with respect to you, because I know you're a Cork man, you're an Ireland fan,
it's okay.
and you still and many people still consider him to be, one of the country's greatest players in terms of ability. And I'm not one to necessarily argue with that. But then there are some people who are, I want to say, they have enough gumption to rate Dennis Irwin over Steve Staunton, despite the fact that Irwin hardly ever played for Ireland at left back. He actually was more used as a right back, especially during the '94 World Cup. And, of course, ironically, I believe it was Terry Phelan who was left back then. But Steve Staunton was always on the left, either as a left winger or a left wing back. Gorgeously cultured left foot, 102 caps for the country, 16 appearances as captain.
Regular Liverpool player, regular squad player with Liverpool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he had his accomplishments with Liverpool, I believe.
With Villa.
He very nearly won the league and cup double twice. I mean, we denied him the league in 1989, and Crystal Palace knocked them out of the FA Cup at the semi-final stage of the following year. And then, of course, he moved to Aston Villa, where he teamed up with another legendary Irishman, Paul McGrath, became a legend. But people still, but people still rate Dennis Irwin more highly over him. And yet, Irwin never played at left back for Ireland. I mean, even if he did, it was never ever enough. And he couldn't overlap to save his life. He was an inverted left back. And I don't care if he won all of those trophies with Manchester United.
Yeah, his club career was...
He won those trophies with Manchester United, but he never really did very much for the Republic of Ireland. And because Staunton had his accomplishments, I'd always rate Staunton as a far better Irish left back than
Staunton was manager as well, remember? He managed the national side for a while.
Yeah, and Charlton and McCarthy kept picking Staunton over Irwin at left back every single time. So for people to say that Irwin should be considered much better, I'm sorry, but that is absolutely disrespectful to the Dundalk man.
Yeah, it's
quality
true.
player,
He was a
beautiful,
quality player.
beautiful left foot. And when Roy Keane had his almighty strop and told his teammates to go and managing the teammates to go,
Do one.
to
Yeah.
do one, Staunton stepped up as captain, led the team well, and we ended up Ireland. I can't say we because I'm not Irish, but Ireland ended up doing really well in that
In your
tournament,
heart,
and I
Manny, in
was
your heart you are. It's a
and
sign. Come join us.
maybe I mean membership of the European Union, yes, please, but
Yeah.
and even in Switzerland, I know you're neutral, so not too bad, but I want my EU membership back, and but
Having an EU passport is a nice thing.
you bet. And back to Staunton, Ireland
Yeah.
would never have achieved half of the success they had, if Irwin had been playing at left back.
Mm.
And so it's as simple as that. You've got to be willing to respect those players who have really served you well. And my theory, Dave, is that, and I will come to this AFC always because Dell was talking about this earlier. My theory is that there are still a bunch of absolutely obnoxious, loud, and bitter Roy Keane fans who regard Steve Staunton and Niall Quinn as traitors for their supposed roles in Roy Keane being sent home from the World Cup squad. I'm sorry, but if any of you are watching this, let me say this. Your hero, Roy Keane, was solely responsible for destroying his own World Cup dream. He disobeyed his manager by giving those two stupid interviews. He made fun of his colleagues, saying that, they didn't have his desire to do really well and, they weren't at his level. And that was completely harsh because Staunton and Quinn had their accomplishments as players and they were around the block for Ireland longer than he was. So for him to be disrespectful of them, and especially the youth players, Robbie Keane was a part of the Irish youth teams. I think it was I don't remember if it was the under 16 or under 18 team that won the European Championships under Brian Kerr. And Damien Duff
I
was
think that was the under 18s team, yeah. I remember that.
yes, and Damien Duff was also a world semi-finalist at youth level. So how dare this idiot disobey his manager like that and do that? That was treacherous.
He had a big problem as well with I remember when he came back from Saipan and he was back in the Premier League. He had a big problem with Jason McAteer.
Oh yes.
I think McAteer was at Middlesbrough. I'm trying to remember who McAteer played for.
Sunderland.
Sunderland, that's right. Sorry,
Yeah.
all Sunderland fans. He was at Sunderland.
Yeah,
They had
and of course Niall Quinn was in the Sunderland team that season. I remember his last
there was a
season.
real niggle, between especially McAteer and Keane. It was fiery in the Premier League.
Even now, people still trying to support Keane by saying McAteer is an absolute idiot and a loser.
McAteer's okay, man.
Yeah, I mean he's a bit of a cheeky bloke, Scouser, just like John Aldridge was. But Roy Keane really had his own problems, and we say it perfectly.
Was a decent player, man. A decent player.
I said it before, and I'll say it again. Attitude determines your altitude. Roy Keane's attitude is why he ended his career without playing in a Champions League final and without captaining Ireland in the World Cup. And he has to live with that for the rest of his life. And so back to this quote from AFC Always. Magalhaes revealed why he was dropped by Arteta at the start of the season. Arsenal had rejected a £170 million offer from the Saudi club in the summer, and since then, Gabriel has started every game and is so underrated. Now, I'm not too sure where Dell got the idea that, Gabriel would even think of going to Saudi, because, look, we're seeing signs, especially with the Jordan Henderson fiasco, that the Saudi League could be starting to crack at the seams. Because the more people who come over there and start to feel unsettled and start to realize that living in Saudi Arabia is not all it's cracked up to be, despite all claims to the contrary, the more we're going to start to see players leave. And I don't mind if, this league is going to be used as more of a developmental league to improve Saudi talent and get some more Saudi Arabian players to really showcase their skills and really benefit the national team. But of course, Saudi Arabia, after that shock win against Argentina, did bugger all in the World Cup. And in this Asian Cup, although they did qualify from their group as expected, they failed to go past the round of 16, losing to South Korea in a penalty shootout. And they were seconds away from going through, but then South Korea equalized in the last minute, deep into stoppage time at the end of the game. So with the Saudi League, it's definitely not going to be all it's cracked up to be. And I'm not necessarily going to say that Lionel Messi is any better by joining into Miami, although, the
Yeah.
MLS is at least a little bit more established, and he's had a brilliant impact at Inter Miami since joining that team. Not quite. Ronaldo didn't really have quite the impact, and in fact, when he joined that season, it was another club, Al Ittihad, based in Jeddah, who won the championship ahead of his Al Nassr side. Yes, he's been pumping, scoring goals and doing the CU celebrations, and Roberto Martinez has still picked him for Portugal. But, Ronaldo knows that he's nearing the end. And I think he knows in his heart that Euro 2024 will be his swan song. He will end his career without a World Cup winner's medal, while Lionel Messi has the full set. And you know what they say, attitude determines your altitude. He will never, ever reach Messi's heights. So going back to Gabriel, I really don't know why he would have wanted to go to Saudi. And it really was no excuse to drop him from the starting lineup. If you didn't want to sell the player, you shouldn't have dropped him. It's a bit like with Martinez, Emiliano, when obviously... listen, AFC always... I mean, if you weren't really so shy about coming on streams, I'd say, look, the StreamYard link is still alive. Do click the link, but obviously, I understand that you want to stay in the chat, stay in the background. That's perfectly fine. But listen, it's the three of us tonight. Say whatever you want. I mean, I will actually be heading off in a few minutes because, I have to go to sleep. Got a big day tomorrow. And Neto with a fine save there from his fellow Brazilian, Willian. This is the Fulham-Bournemouth highlights show. And I tell you what, that Fulham team with 3 ex-Gunners are looking pretty good. And don't forget, I mean, Alex Iwobi is, of course, with Africa in the AFC.
They look solid.
The CAF right now. African Cup of Nations.
They look solid.
A little bit better than recent games. I mean,
they have balance. Yeah, they look better balanced when they're going forward and when they're defending.
We never should have lost to them. As well as they played, we were absolutely dire. It has to be said. And to lose 4 points this season to Fulham, it's shameful. 3 ex-Gunners in the team, and they just they might have just played a big role in sabotaging our season. And of course, when we came up against Aston Villa, it was Emi Martinez and Unai Emery. We got to play them at the Emirates. Villa, of course, playing Manchester United tomorrow. I know they're in a little bit of a slump.
Yeah.
I know they're in a little bit of a slump, but they do have some players coming back. I believe Torres and Dino will be coming back, so I'll be looking at that. Yeah, you've mentioned this many times, mate. Signed 6 goalkeepers. All of them are worse than Emi Martinez. Brunison, Ryan. I rated Ryan, mind you. I thought he was decent and never got a fair chance. And, of course, he is still Australia's #1 keeper and captain. Who did you rate? Matt Ryan.
Ah, that's right, Matt Ryan.
Yeah, and then, of course, Aaron Ramsdale, Matt Turner, and now David Raya.
What do you think of Raya?
When he concentrates and gets his distribution spot on with his throwing and everything, I thought against Liverpool, he was definitely one of the best players that we had. But,
yeah, his distribution was good.
Yeah, but he is prone to making some really stupid mistakes. And to be honest, he's not very much of an upgrade over Ramsdale, but that little bit of an upgrade is why he's starting ahead of him. And neither of these goalkeepers are going to win us the title.
Good. Yeah, continue, Simon.
No. You said that Ray is good. I don't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
He's sorry for interrupting you, man. He's good at actually claiming the ball, like crosses. He comes out and he commands the area and he gets... You know what I mean? He takes the ball comfortably.
Yeah, I agree.
He's
not
a good shot stopper. Not a good shot stopper.
I mean, I've seen him make some good saves, but he also makes some pretty poor mistakes. In terms of claiming crosses, he is an upgrade on Ramsdale, but in terms of commanding the back four, he's quiet as a mouse. And so I'd be tempted to say that if you take the best parts of Ray and the best parts of Ramsdale and put them together, you'd have a fine goalkeeper. But the fact is, even if you put them together, they still wouldn't be as good as Emi Martinez.
Ramsdale is still 100% behind the team, though. He's like, if you saw the Liverpool game, he was going from the bench. He was like to the ref, time wasting. You know what I mean?
As far as I'm concerned, Dave, it's all an act.
He's
He knows that
pouring it on.
he knows that his days at the club are numbered. He will leave at the end of the season, try and get first team football elsewhere. He will make the Euro squad as one of the goalkeepers because Sam Johnston is now on the bench at Crystal Palace. Dean Henderson is performing even worse than he is. Nick Pope is out till the end of the season. So it's really only Pickford and Ramsdale. Who else could there be? I mean, do you think Joe Hart could be called in from the cold, given that he's playing more regularly than everyone except Pickford? I don't think so.
No.
Saliba was at fault for the goal we conceded against Liverpool, but Raya was at fault too by not staying on his line. I would say that Raya should have, been more vocal at both Saliba and Gabriel and said, and I was mentioning that Raya isn't vocal. He doesn't dominate his back four.
Or make himself available for Saliba to try to get the ball back to him and he can just hack it up the field. Or just tell Saliba, get rid of it. You know what I mean? Just get rid of it, man.
Absolutely.
Definitely miscommunication, but not as bad as Van Dijk and the Liverpool keeper.
Oh, yeah. People refer to him as Virgil van Disney, obviously, because, Virgil van Dijk, Dick Van Dyke, if you remember Mary Poppins and all that.
Yeah, Dick Van Dyke, yeah.
And Dick Van Dyke was also in Chitty Chitty
Bang Bang. He was the chimney sweeper, wasn't he? The chimney sweeper.
Hey, yep. Step in time. That was a brilliant dance. No. For me, Step in Time was so much better. So energetic. The moves were outstanding. But anyway, back to Martinez. And I'm sorry we digressed a bit. When it was found out that clubs were interested in him, like Aston Villa, and Aston Villa made it clear that they wanted to sign him, and Martinez made it clear that he wasn't going to accept being forced to play second fiddle. Arteta gave him the Community Shield, but then dropped him from the squad for the Fulham game. And then many of us knew that that's it, his days are numbered. So if you had no intention of selling a player, don't drop him from the squad. Don't even drop him from the starting lineup, for Pete's sake. And several times this season when Gabriel wasn't starting, our defence was sorely lacking. We needed him. And that was another example of Arteta's experimentation gone badly wrong. It was stupid. It really was. And, mate, I love you. It will happen in time. I promise.
There's a bit of a bromance going on here. I didn't realize the two of you were the best of buddies. There's a bit of a bromance.
We're
so close.
Knock it off, Dave. Look, I wouldn't call it a bromance, but we are good. We are good mates, obviously. And
it's a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing.
All right, whatever. But listen.
I'm just jealous.
AFC always is a real one, and he and I always see eye to eye on a lot of things.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, top fella. And I am
always
of course
supporting.
I am a co-host on 2 channels. I've also filled in for Del Boy on the call-in shows on several occasions. I think one of the reasons why he's not doing the call-in shows anymore is because a lot of other people are doing call-in shows these days, and a lot of people are flocking to those shows. So he doesn't really see a point to do them if he's not going to get the usual crowd necessarily. And of course, if Arsenal do lose, then invariably the call-in shows end up becoming completely foul-mouthed. And I'm not going to drag Del for that. I love the bloke to bits, and he's a top fella. And of course, if it weren't for you, Dave, I wouldn't have gotten to know him. So thanks very much indeed.
You're welcome.
But again, we digress a lot. If you don't want to sell Gabriel Magalhaes, don't drop him from the first 11. If you still think he's one of your best players, don't drop him. We needed him in the team. And that is another example of Arteta's stupid man management. If Gabriel says that he would like to join the Saudi League and maybe earn a little bit of money, then it's disappointing, really, because, he is still young enough, to continue playing regularly. And having missed out on selection for the World Cup squad, I mean, Thiago Silva and Dani Alves, of all people, were picked ahead of him. You would think that he would be eager to try to prove people wrong and really make sure that he becomes more.
Prove his worth.
Yeah, exactly, and really make a name for himself. So I'll have to watch the video again of Del. I'll really have to read the article in full. All I can say is that if Gabriel plays tomorrow against West Ham, he'd better not have a bozo moment like that was against Liverpool. Thankfully, it didn't cost us. And, we shouldn't even gas up that Liverpool win because, yes, in many ways we were better, but all 3 of those goals were down to defensive mistakes. I think maybe the first goal to some extent was a pretty decent goal. And now, AFC Always, you're not alone. We've got Big Tone in the building, Mr. Herbert. Big up to you,
People
Mr.
coming out of
Herbert.
the woodwork, yeah. They're coming out of the woodwork. They just pull
And of
themselves
course,
out of the bed.
this is So I'm going to say a few more points, and I will have to split because I got some. I've got to
No
get to
problem,
sleep.
man. No
It is
problem.
quite late, but yeah. Listen, Gabriel better not have a bozo moment. And 2 of those 3 goals that we scored against Liverpool were down to defensive errors. The Alisson Van Dijk mix-up was absolutely comical, as bad as our one, if not worse. And yeah. Yeah. Listen, obviously, there are some issues going on. I haven't been able, and there's a reason why we haven't gotten the channel started up yet, but that will be starting soon. So don't worry about that.
So
All right,
you
still
will
some
be
things going on.
you will be involved in Stephen Feakley TV. It will be continuing
Yes, that is the hope.
in
And
Stephen's memory. That's the hope, yeah. In Stephen's memory, yeah.
yeah, I will actually be taking over the channel if when that happens. But for some reasons, it's just not really proceeding as it is. I think we're still trying to talk about things with Stephen's family and so forth. But what was I talking about? Yeah, so Gabriel really needs to continue to prove himself now, and he has to really make sure that his performances continue to be up to scratch. If you remember the whole Katoni controversy, obviously, he spoke bad about, said a lot of pretty poor, a lot of things about Brentford that were not in the best of taste. And of course,
Yeah.
they had the whole
Yeah.
betting scandal. But he's come back into the Brentford team. He scored goals, and they're winning games. He actually scored the winner today against Wolves.
He
And
said he wants to repay the faith, yeah? Repay the faith shown in him by
but
the club.
Frank has made it crystal clear, though, that he will be sold at the end of the season. And why wouldn't you want to sell him if you can get a load of dosh for him?
Yeah.
You might have to cash in on him.
He's hot property, man. Hot property right now.
You bet. And in the same way, Gabriel's going to have to make sure that his performances are, a lot better than they have been in certain cases. And if he can do that, then it will be good. A lot's going to rest on the likes of Odegaard and Rice. And interestingly enough, Jorginho started against Liverpool and had a really good game. I hear a lot of people on Twitter saying, we owe you an apology for, bad-mouthing you earlier. I'm not about to apologize to him because, look, yes, let's give him a credit for a fine performance. And let's not be too mean-spirited by saying you don't deserve credit for that because it's your job, as Roy Keane would say. You did well. And you were a good horses for courses pick for that game. But we will see what happens in tomorrow's midfield because I don't know if Jorginho will be able to cope with the strength of the West Ham midfield in that case. So it'll probably be Odegaard and Rice and whoever joins them. I hope to pray that it isn't Havertz. I would love to see Smith Rowe, but I don't think that will happen. And again, as usual, it will be Jesus, Martinelli, and Saka. Trossard could possibly start ahead of Martinelli, or he might not.
I hope Trossard starts.
Back four, as you were, although I would like to see Tomiyasu come back in. I don't know if Zinchenko has necessarily done too much to get himself dropped. Although I would say, of course, that goal we conceded against Liverpool was through the left. So again, another case of him being found defensively wanting. And so all I can say is, we need to make sure that we win, or at least, we have to win. There's no doubt about it. A draw wouldn't really be good enough after the hard work we did.
Yeah, we need the 3 points.
because here's the thing. Liverpool are now 5 points ahead of us. We draw, and we end up going 4 points back behind them. So all that good work of beating them will be for naught. And that's why we always say you are only as good as your next game. Do not allow yourselves to get arrogant and complacent and cocky, based on one really good performance. Because the moment you think, you are invincible and you drop your guard, people are going to strike you down and pin you down. And Jorginho, I agree, doesn't deserve a new contract based on that performance. Look, he doesn't deserve a new contract, full stop. I want this to be his last season with the club, and then he can leave. And we can maybe get an upgrade on him.
Tough decisions have to be made, because we need to offload players. We need to bring in money to finance further moves.
Yep, and of course, AFC always mentions Rice. We paid through the nose to get him. We wasted money on Kai Havertz. we have to try and
Yeah.
recoup that money. And one of
Mm,
these days, we're going to have to do an audit into Arsenal's finances. But
mm.
Mr. Cole, good to chat with you. I believe this is the
Thanks for
first stream
coming
we've
on,
done
man. Yeah.
since your move back to Switzerland. I think the
Thanks for
interiors
coming
of
on,
your
man.
yeah,
It's good
yeah,
to see you again. Yeah,
always
good to see
welcome.
you
I
again.
think I think the interiors of your apartment look a lot nicer. I don't know if you necessarily have if you just quickly before you go, if you were to take a look out of your window right now, what sort of view do you have? Anything nice?
Scaffolding. It's been renovated outside. Yeah, they're like repainting and everything.
Okay, okay. Imagine if you will the
Scaffold.
imagine if you will the scaffolding taken away. What do you see beyond the scaffolding?
I see trees. I see very quiet streets. I see beautiful old Swiss buildings, and I see
Ah,
it's just
ah.
peaceful. It's just peaceful. But this apartment, it's like an apartment share. It's got a living room. It's got a kitchen, a dining room. The one in London was everybody was living in their rooms. Do you get me? Like I'm in the room now because I'm streaming, but here we all sit together and we have dinner. We have conversation. It's more of a family. We sit together. We have a living room as well with a sofa and a TV. It's if you want, if you don't. But in London, it was literally just, and the rooms were like, shitty. I don't want to be.
No, I
This is
get that.
much,
I
much
mean,
nicer.
I think I remember the room you had in London. I think it was a bit like what you'd call a studio apartment, where everything, the bed and the desk and everything were all in the same
Yeah, it was
space
a
or something
house
like
share.
that.
It was a house share. Everybody was just living in their rooms.
Yeah, I mean, the rent in London is absolutely
No
criminal.
kitchen as
So
such, no dining
yeah,
room,
yeah,
no living room.
you pay through the nose, and you get
Yeah.
such crappy digs in return.
Well, my
Disgusting,
friend got me
really.
this. Yeah, my friend got me this because his mother has property. So then he put out the word that I was coming. Then her friend had a free, a vacancy in this apartment share. So it's
Mm.
it's not what you know, it's who you know. My friend, he
Yeah,
organized it because
hey, wonderful.
you know.
One thing I love about Switzerland is that almost everyone who lives there, especially if you're in the major city like Zurich or what have you,
Mm.
almost everyone there speaks good English. But obviously, if you know German and or French, it is a real bonus. But
Yeah, it's a bonus. You're
yeah,
more independent, Manny. You're more independent when you're
they,
doing what you have to do in the city, or just going to
yeah,
the shop and buying a loaf of bread. At
of
least you can
course,
speak to them,
yeah. Of course,
conversate.
the German I've been learning at the Goethe Institute over here is more of the classical German used in Germany. If you were to
Hochdeutsch, yeah.
go, if you
Hochdeutsch.
were to go to Switzerland or Austria or other places where German is spoken, if it's at the border of Germany and that country, I
Mm,
think the dialects will be different. I do seem to remember that whenever any Swiss players would go and play in the Bundesliga, many of
mm,
them actually would struggle because a lot of the German players couldn't understand the German they were speaking.
mm.
Players like Diego Benaglio, even Granit Xhaka, Jan Sommer, and
Yeah,
even back in the day, any other Swiss players who were playing in the Bundesliga, they found it difficult. But
they
I
have
think
their own
hope.
dialect as well. They have their own words for different things. It's
Hey,
different to the German words. It's Swiss German
hey,
words.
hey. So you know, I
Takes
might.
time.
If I ever were to decide to come to Switzerland, because I tell you what, it does seem like a wonderful country, and I wouldn't mind, going to Zurich and living not too far away from the lint factory or what have you.
Yeah,
I remember
sure.
going to see the lint factory, which was absolute fun, and
Yeah.
that was when,
I
of
used to
course, I
live
was
near
on.
Sprungly. You know Sprungly?
I don't think I've heard of that,
They
but I
make
did.
like they make
Yeah.
nice little Swiss sweets as well and chocolates and stuff. Sprungly.
Oh, Dave, don't talk about food. I had a really good dinner, but you're making my mouth water. And on
Fondue.
that,
A bit of
and on
fondue, Manny. Cheese
y-
fondue with bread and with schnapps.
yeah. Now you're putting the fun in fondue. Fun, get it?
The fun and
And
fondue.
yeah. And now that you've got more people in the chat, you will have more company. So on that note, Mr. Cole, I will have to
Manny, a
say,
pleasure. Yeah, thanks for coming on.
always.
And keep
Tschüss,
me
good
up,
Nacht.
keep me up
Yeah,
to pace
tschüss,
on the
good
whole
Nacht, auf
Stephen Feefel
Wiedersehen,
thing.
Dankeschön. Take care
Tschüss.
of yourself.
Wiedersehen. Ciao, ciao.
Definitely. Bye.
See you later, Manny. Thanks for coming on. All right, guys, there he is, the big man, the Manny-nator. He knows football, guys, inside out. I mean, you heard the man talk there. One of the most knowledgeable football fans out there. All they have to do really is just sit back, and he just, he's very good at. His knowledge is just top notch. So I want to thank Manny for coming on. It's been a while, an absolute pleasure. That was a real plus for me tonight that he came on, because it was unexpected. I don't like to be hitting people up on WhatsApp, but I hit him up on WhatsApp just to see how he is. I'm live, maybe this, that. But an absolute pleasure that he was able to find the time to come on. I know it's getting late where he is in India, but an absolute pleasure to see him on the channel. It's been a while, and like I said, it was a really a nice thing for me personally to have time to talk to him again. Never mind if it was on his channel or someone else's. It was just nice to actually have the chance to talk to Manny again. He's a good guy, yeah, a good guy. And thank you for that, Manny. I appreciate it, man. All right, big up, man. Manny, great to see you on. Dave channel again, respect. It's always top look, the voice of reason. Yeah, he's very constructive, yeah. You know what I mean? He's got his finger on the pulse when it comes to what's going on in football in general, also related to Arsenal Football Club. You heard him talking about the Irish team, the setup, Steve Staunton, Dennis Irwin. I mean, the man knows his football. And it's also good for me because I have developed from doing streams at Manny, like my conversation on football, my ability to bring in important points on my channel, practicing, listening to Manny, I have also developed because of him, yeah. I think that's fair to say. And because of all you guys, you know what I mean? But I didn't realize there was such a bromance going on between AFC Always and Manny. I never knew that, you had a bromance. I think it's a nice thing, You know each other for a long time, obviously. Yeah? You go way back. But yeah, I still have the Lille PSG game on, guys, but I think it's after setting itself back again on the stream because it's not 48 minutes. Can't be. I love Switzerland because the flag is a big plus. All right, guys, I'm just going to go to the bathroom, yeah, get myself a glass of water. I'll be back in 1 second, okay? All right, I'm back, guys. What's going on? I hope you're keeping well. Aiden, what's going on, man? How many minutes are gone in the game? What are you at? I just want to make sure that the stream I'm watching, the PSG game, is it actually up to date? Because I'm at 54 minutes. If it's a minute or something, it's okay. I don't mind that. But I'm at 54 minutes. Two one is what I have it at anyway. Let me check. 57 minutes, huh? And I have it at 54. 2-1. All right, that's okay. 1 second, guys. That was great to have Manny on. I haven't seen him in a while, man. It was very nice to talk to him. It's 2-1 at the moment, guys. PSG 2, Lille 1. Chances are coming regularly now for PSG, guys. They're getting a lot of chances regularly. Good save from Chevalier. He made himself big. Let's see, did Lech Poznan win? Let's see, did Lech Poznan win? Lech Poznan. They did. All three of my teams won that I put in the bet, Aiden. Me and Aiden had a bet on you. All three of the teams that I had in the bet won. All right, the stream is after stopping. Let me just break back into it, guys. Bear with me. Let me get that stream going again. It's just after breaking down. All right, here we go. Back in. Bit of a chance there, guys. You're making me look bad, Dave. Yeah, my 3 results came true. It's just luck, Aiden. It's just luck. It's just luck, man. You know what I mean? It's just luck. Like if I had to pick Leverkusen or Bayern, for example, I don't think I would have gotten that right because I don't think that I would have thought. I don't think that I would have been able to realize that Leverkusen would beat them 3-0. You know what I mean? Simple as. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't think that I would have known that would be the result, though. I would have realized that would be the result. But is what it is. Yeah, it's just luck. It's just luck, Aiden, at the end of the day, man. You know what I mean? Just pure luck. Making you look bad, Sorry, man. Like I said, it's just luck. Leverkusen are a serious team this season. You can fucking say that again, man. Jesus, I pity any team that have to play them. I pity any team that actually has to play them. Still 2-1, guys. Can you see them going far in the Europa League? Can I see them going far? I can see them winning it. With that team they have. I can see them winning it, bro. With that team they have. I can see them going all the way. All right, guys. Ousmane Dembele is coming off, and Bradley Barcola is coming on for PSG. Fabio Barrios as well, guys, is coming off. Can't see them going far in the Europa League. Yeah. You're saying you can't see them. Yeah, me too, man. Definitely. Without a doubt. Fucking, I can't wait to see the highlights later, man. I got to watch the highlights of all the Premier League games, and then I'm going to see Leverkusen against Dortmund, against Bayern. I mean, there's a lot of highlights there. It's going to be interesting. Fucking Bayern got, and a great game for us against Newcastle. I mean, a cracking game there, guys. Cracking match. 3 people watching, guys. Welcome along. If you haven't already, just hit up that like button for me. Smash the like for me. I'd appreciate it. Hit the like on that one for me. I'd appreciate it, guys. Did you get the link I sent you, Aidan, about the game? Strikeout. Just 1 second, guys. Just gonna support the man. Yeah, I think that's basically it. There's nobody else really kind of online. It's a quiet one, huh? Even all predictions for tomorrow, I think West Ham are going to beat us. I think West Ham are going to get the best of us in that one, unfortunately. I just think they're going to have a bit too much for us. I think their physicality in midfield will dictate. You know what I mean? I think that's going to make a big difference out of physicality in the midfield. But we'll see. We'll see. 9-1 to West Ham. All right. Aidan thinks West Ham are going to beat us 9-1. Well, Arteta's coaching, so, you know. Cheers. Arteta's as manager, guys. We're going to get mashed up. You know what I mean? Straight up. So check this out, guys. Been getting compliments. Nice one, huh? Got that on the side. Dennis Bergkamp legend. And there's a number 10 Bergkamp on the back. So, yeah. Decent, huh? Probably not far from the truth. Nah, we'll go 2-0 Arsenal. You're looking on the bright side, but I think 2-0 West Ham. Obviously, I hope I'm wrong. I just think they always seem to outmuscle us, yeah. I understood you, man. They do. They always seem to get the best of the physical. Lille making a substitution, guys. They're 2-1 down. They need to turn things around. They need to get in there. Goodmanson coming off, guys. Jonathan David coming on, guys. Benjamin Andre going off. A lot of subs there for Lille. They've got like 25 minutes to save themselves. They're going to go for it, guys. Big up to everybody anyway for tuning in, guys. Hit that like button if you haven't already. I'd appreciate it. Just smash the like for me, guys, on this one. As they say, guys, smash the like. You know what I mean? I always knew I'd make it as a YouTuber, you know. The cream of the crop, the creme de la creme. The cream always rises to the top, guys, and I am the cream. Am I one of the greatest YouTubers to ever live? Yes. Yeah. Gotta be honest with yourself, yeah. You know what I mean? How talented am I? Very. You know what I mean? How confident am I? Completely. Totally confident. You know what I mean? My confidence knows no bounds. I see myself as a real, you know what I mean? A real class act. You know what I mean? Confidence is the key, guys. Confidence is the key. This is just this part of the show where I just, you know, make myself feel better. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with it, guys. Nothing at all wrong with it. Any more comments in there at the moment? Nope. But that's all good, guys. Keep on watching. That's the main thing. You're watching the greatest YouTuber to probably ever live. You know what I mean? Arguably the greatest YouTuber to ever live. Am I the greatest YouTuber of all time? Probably. Do you know what I mean? At least I can admit my brilliance. You know? My absolute just outstandingness. I don't even think that's a word. But anyway. My outstandingness. I don't think that's a word. As long as you're happy. You know what? I am happy. You know what? I am happy. Took out the trash earlier, if you know what I mean. Decent. Now let's have some multivitamin, guys. As long as I'm happy. You know what I mean? As long as I'm happy, but as long as Dave Cole is happy, the Colinator, Colimus Prime. All right, let's get back into this. 1 second, guys. 24 league goals for the Lille player, guys, Jonathan David, last season. He got 24 league goals. Eddie Nketiah, take note. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. 24 league goals, guys. Big up yourself. That's a lot of goals. That's a lot of squishy. As long as you're happy, eating in stream, not the one fella. Get off the effing phone and say something. I'm off the phone. This phone is that one there. Dennis Burkhop on my phone, by the way, guys. DB10, big fan of his. Just had to shut down the Pornhub. Get off the phone, is that? I'm not on the phone. My channel, guys. I'm sure it don't matter. Like, I'll get off that phone for you. I'll get off the phone. Because it's my channel, but it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Don't worry about that, like. Nah, it's grand, boy. It's grand. And look at the size of me. You know what I mean? If I come a knocking, I come a rocking. You know what I mean? If I come a knocking, you're going to go rocking. Look at me, like. Scum. You know what I mean? I'm not the kind of person you want turning up at your door on a Sunday morning with me top off. Come outside. I come a knocking, you be a rocking. You know what I mean? I'll rock that shot. I got a natural right hand, guys. I got a natural right hand. Natural fucking that. Oh, Jesus. Can't take the piss out of yourselves, guys. You know what I mean? If you don't, somebody else will. All right. Harry Kane ain't winning the league title in Germany. Him and Neuer have taken Tottenham to Germany. Oh, shit. It's actually true, though. He thought that was going to be the answer to his prayers, yeah? He was finally going to win a league title with Bayern because they're so dominant. And along come Leverkusen. Dyer have taken Tottenham to fucking Bayern. What the fuck is wrong with Congo? I don't know what's happening. All joking aside, what's actually happening? Sorry, I got an itchy leg there, guys. Itchy leg. What the fuck is wrong with Congo? Dave caught crabs. Jesus. Chevalier with another great save there, guys. What another incredible save from the Lille keeper, Chevalier. That looked like it was going to be 3-1 there. He's very good there, keeper, actually. Is he better than David Rea? Yeah. All right, keep it going with the comments, guys. Keep smashing the comments for me. If you want to do the Arsenal FC buzz or whatever, please do, yeah. The old letters game. Here we go. PSG make a sub, guys. 73 minutes gone. 2-1 to PSG. Lille trying to break out. Strong play from Lille. Advantage was played, but then it's going to be played, so it's going to pull it back. It's going to be a yellow card. Old school, you big cock bollocks. Hope you're good, pal. I'm good, man. I'm good. We were just talking about you earlier. Manny was on my channel, yeah? He said that you created some content recently, so I'll make sure I check it out, yeah? He said you're not doing your call-ins anymore. You used to like a call-in show. I thought that was hugely popular, yeah? But I know there's other people doing it now as well. But you should get back into it, man. Not to tell you what to do with your channel, yeah? But why don't you just go back and see how it works out, you know? Do the call-in again and see how it works out. You know what I mean? Liz Hurley would get it. She fucking would get it, I tell you. She'd get it from fucking me. Don't be talking about her now at all. Jesus, she's some woman by that Liz Hurley. Wow. Especially a single man like myself, a young buck like myself, a young buck released back into the wild. I'm released back into the wild, guys. You know what I mean? At the moment, I'm released back into the wild. Yeah, anyway, Del Boy, things are going good, man. Things are going good. I'm over in Switzerland, man, doing my thing. Still chilling. Haven't got a job yet, but I haven't been looking, to be honest. I'm taking a little break from London. I was working non-stop. I'm just taking a break now from it, boy. They prefer Cheryl Cole. Fucking sure I do. Jesus. Fucking sure I do. She's some woman by that Cheryl Cole. Big up, guys, huh? Big up. Oh. Almost a goal there for PSG, guys. It looks like the Lille keeper has been hurt, guys. Chevalier, he's been so good tonight. But they were completely exposed there, Lille. Completely exposed by that move. It was a great run, great cross. And yeah, the keeper got a slap. Yeah, he got a knee into the head. Proper knee. Colomani's knee, guys, riding on top of Chevalier's head. He got a proper knee. Ouch. He got a slap. The commentator thinks it's not too bad. Easy on. He wasn't on the receiving end of it. What a muppet. Mr. and Mrs. Cole, that's got a ring to it. Sounds like my parents. Sounds like me and my ex-wife. Jesus, don't remind me, boy. Don't remind me with that. It's like me and the ex-wife, boy. Don't remind me, boy. Fucking hell. God almighty. I'll be reaching for the bottle of whiskey there in a minute, guys, next to me if I fucking be thinking of that. Right, let's go on Tinder, see what's going on Tinder, guys. Any on Tinder, You do Tinder. And I'm all see you're in a relationship, so you're probably not like, but been the old Tinder. Oh, can't beat a bit of Tinder, lads. God damn, there's a woman there, Louisa. She's in Munich. Jesus Christ, the body on her. Anyway, I won't say any more. I'll try to keep this PG, but there's a Munich bird there on Tinder. That fucking body on her, lads. You wouldn't believe it. Jesus Christ, she's like a professional athlete. Fucking hell, what a body. Just like a fucking track and field star. All right, here we go. Moving swiftly on. All right, big up anyway, guys. Let me put this up, actually. For those of you that haven't, guys, come on and support the man's channel, okay? He's an Irish gooner like myself. Come and check out his channel, guys. Like his videos, subscribe to his channel, and make sure you click on that notifications bell, yeah, that you get notified every time Delboy uploads content, yeah? Keep smashing it, Delboy. Keep creating content, yeah? Just keep creating content, Delboy. Keep creating content. Keep creating content. I'm only joking, AFC. JFC always, I'm only joking, man. It's all good, man. That was a long time ago, bro. Do you know what I mean? Time heals all wounds, man. Time heals all. That was a long time ago, AFC always, man. I was only joking about that, yeah? Don't you worry about that at all. I didn't sweat it. I was being funny, yeah? I was only joking, man, yeah? Don't worry. Don't worry about that at all, man. That was a long time ago, bro. That was a long time ago. Don't you worry about that at all. Delboy, your prediction for tomorrow, if you're still watching, bro. What's your prediction for the big game, Delboy? We need to win. We need to win. I think they're going to beat us anyway. Maybe I'm going on what happened the last day. The last day was like, the last game we played them, they beat us at the Emirates, was just soul destroying. It was just tormenting. It was just hell on earth watching that game. But yeah. Big up, big up, big up. Big up, big up, big up. Here we go. There's PSG. They're 2-1 up against Lille. Here we go, lads. Let's get the ball in and cleared. And there you have it, guys. I don't know. I think PSG are going to see this one out. They're still creating chances. They're still looking dangerous. Lille are having to defend. I mean, they can't get the ball forward, Lille, at the moment. They're having to defend deep. They can't hit on the break. I think PSG are going to see this one out, to be honest. I can't see it going any other way, to be honest. Barcala's in for PSG. Has to score. And there it is, guys. Brilliant play from Barcala. The pullback and finished off right in front of the goal. Mbappe on the bench, guys. Enjoying it. Clapping. Bradley Barcala, guys, with the great run and cross. And Mawani with the finish. And that's 3-1 to PSG. And that's game over, guys. Brilliant wing play. Brilliant wing play. Loads of space opened up. Lille were very slow on getting across. They left it one-on-one out there between Barcala and the defender. Lille were very slow getting across, guys. He ran into a load of space, beat the keeper with the cross. And Mawani with the finish. 5th goal this season, guys. 3-1. And that's all she wrote. Game over, guys. It's done. Game over. Lille making a substitution as the goal has been scored. I mean, what does that mean? There's no point making a substitution now, guys, when the goal... Well, I think they were making a sub as the goal was scored, but if I was the player coming on, I'd be like, what do they expect him to do? You know what I mean? Seriously. Can't do much at this point. It's game done. The game over, man. Can't do much at this point, guys. It's game over. You know what I mean? Straight up. All right, here we go. It's 81 minutes. All right, 81 minutes. A little bit of time to go, yes. But sure, we want more about that. Een snack aan de snacken. Need a big performance tomorrow from the players, guys. A massive performance in that game tomorrow. Straight up, no doubt. Oh, poor old Joe Biden is in the news. He's getting slaughtered. Anyway, AFC always. Don't worry about that, man. Yeah, that was just an innocent comment off the cuff. Funny enough. You know what I mean? Don't worry about that, bro. It's no biggie. That was a long time ago, man. That was a long time ago. There's a lot of water under the bridge since then, my friend. Oh, let me just chill back in the seat and watch the rest of the game. I feel that I'm going to go for like a 12-hour stream. All night stream. Jordan fell for the name pranks last night. Oh, he got fucking... Aiden, he got taken to the cleaners back. Jesus, he got absolutely fucking slaughtered. He got taken to the absolute... I am coming. Oh, well, he kept repeating that one then. I am coming or something like that. I was like, oh man, with his accent then. Oh, he got slaughtered, man. He got taken to the fucking cleaners, in fairness. Oh, he got mashed up. Absolutely mashed up. All right, this is me just chilling, guys. All right, watching the rest of the game. It's game over now anyway at this point since it went to 3-1 now. Actually had to change. I swallow cum. That was the one. I swallow cum. Fuck's sake. Oh, that poor fucker. He got caught proper by. That was a good one. And then he kept repeating, and I was like, Jesus, all right, man, enough. You know what I mean? Fucking, he still didn't realize. I was like, all right, man. Fucking Donald Jordan. There we go. It could be 4. Again. Chevalier, the keeper for Lille, guys. He's their man of the match, in my opinion. Again, makes another great save at his near post. He must be getting tired at this point. There's a lot of hard shots being hit at him, guys. These guys are hitting the ball hard, yeah? This isn't Sunday League. They're cracking the ball at him. It's a good save. There's a lot of power in those shots, guys. This is not fucking junior league football. This is pros. They're hitting the ball with real power, yeah? Respect to the keeper for Lille. Chevalier. He saved them on numerous occasions. He's put his body on the line. Oh, Lille defended. But it's already too late for them at this point. Mbappe was on the sideline, guys, showing his his appreciation and his happiness with the result. Well, with the game, well, it is a result at this point. 86 minutes gone, guys. It's more or less done and dusted. Done and dusted. I think another 51 subs, guys, to get to 2,000. Need to get things moving. The Champions League restart, of course, is coming up, guys. There's a lot of excitement about that. Here come Lille. So the shot straight at, guys, saved. Straight at Keylor Navas. 3-1 PSG. 87 minutes gone. They're just winding down the time now. They're still looking dangerous on the attack, but they're just winding down the clock at this point. Ooh, Haraldson in the clear, guys. The ball was given away by Asensio, and a fantastic last-ditch challenge. Brilliant tackle. Superb tackle, yeah, but a corner to Lille. They're taking it short. They're moving the ball quick. Gunas, in it comes, dangerous. Across from Gomez. It's a headed opportunity for Alexandro. It's not been his night, guys, but it was a good chance. Terrible header. Miles over the bar. Should have been 3-2 there. That's what they can do, Lille. They need to be careful, Lille. As PSG are looking to counter quickly. But Lille win it back again in a very dangerous area. PSG are the ones that have to be careful, I think. Lille win it back there, guys, in a very, very dangerous area. Jordan fell for the name pranks last night. Let me put that up again. He got fucking murdered he got massacred. Jesus Christ. He got absolutely butchered. Jesus, it was like, I don't know what. Fucking hell, it was like Custer's Last Stand. There was comments flying out everywhere, and they were all top drawer. I actually got I Googled it on my phone, yeah, like a load of funny ones, and I was literally going through them one by one. Some of them were stupid, so I just forgot it, but the rest of them are good, so I just kept going and going and going and going. It's so funny, man. He got absolutely butchered. Good times. AC Milan versus Napoli tomorrow will be a cracker. Oh yeah, definitely. Kylie Minogue will get it. Danny Minogue as well by Danny. Danny was beautiful by Danny Minogue. Whoa, man. Fucking Danny Minogue by, I swear to God. That woman, I gotta stop. Gotta stop thinking about Danny Minogue by. Danny Minogue for me is fucking what a woman. Danny Minogue. Top notch. Kylie Minogue by her sister Danny. Danny was something special as well, man. Danny Minogue was something special, I swear. Ah, yes, Danny Minogue. Danny. Top notch by top notch. Kylie Minogue by. She's a good one. Danny Minogue also. Here come PSG. Again, PSG looking to break through. But Lille taking no crap. No. That's fucking that thing. No, by. That fucking thing. Sorry, no. Jesus Christ. Ricky Gervais be having a go at Caitlyn Jenner, man. Well, Alex is a fucking fella. Is that how you talking about, the fucking fella? Caitlyn Jenner is that fucking yeah, Bruce Jenner, that fucking transsexual. Look, I'm not going to get into it. No, I wouldn't. Yeah. Exactly, it's a fucking bloke, right? It's the one that Ricky Gervais destroyed at the fucking Golden Globes, isn't it? Ricky Gervais went for it at the Golden Globes, I think. Because Jenner spoke out about it, and so then he took his opportunity to host the Golden Globes to fucking absolutely fuck off, man. 500k, Jesus Christ. There's no amount of money, by there's no amount of money. Put her next to Danny Minogue. There's no amount, or her, fucking him, next to Danny Minogue. There's no amount of money, but beautiful Danny Minogue. Danny Minogue, I'd fucking Jesus, god damn, man, what a woman. Danny Minogue, lads, to Danny and to Kylie and to fucking Ava Mendez and fucking Kelly Brook. Yeah, I just start thinking of those nice women now, and I'll forget about Jenner. Kelly Brook, Danny Minogue, Kylie Minogue, Ava Mendez, Cameron Diaz. Yes, I'm in a good place. I'm in a good place. I'm banishing the demons. Demons be gone. You know what I mean? Oh, Nicole Scherzinger. Fucking God, man. How could I forget her? And fucking Salma Hayek. Salma Hayek. Nicole Scherzinger, absolute cracker. Fucking hell. There's actually, the game's over now. I'm going to watch fucking Nicole Scherzinger singing. Fuck that. That's what I'm going to do. It's time for Nicole Scherzinger. Banish the fucking demons, man. That's what I need to do. Banish the demons. Alright, Scherzinger. Let's see her shaking it. Nicole Scherzinger, man. Fucking, she's some bird. Yeah, she was singing the song from fucking Mulan, huh? Here we go, Nicole Scherzinger. She's wearing a jail, excuse me, Scherzinger, though. Fucking something about her, man. Christ, with the Pussycat Dolls. Jesus Christ, would you stop? Scherzinger with the Pussycat Dolls. Christ almighty, there was some unreal shit going on out there. Here she is. But she's a Pussycat Doll. Who's watching the Super Bowl tomorrow night? Are you going to watch the Super Bowl, fellas? Just checking myself out there. Wondering if Scherzinger would like me. Shaka going to win a league title at Leverkusen before Kane at Munich. That's actually what it looks like, yeah. That's actually what it looks like, though. Shaka's going to win a league title at Leverkusen, a league title at Leverkusen before Kane at Munich. That's actually what it looks like, though. It's unbelievable, man. It's actually unbelievable. Fucking hell. Poor Kane. He's the unluckiest fucker ever. Kelly Summers. Oh, yeah. Do you know who's nice as well? She used to be in Destiny's Child. Kelly Rowland. I saw Kelly Rowland, yeah. I saw her perform. My knees are still shaking. I saw Kelly Rowland, guys, with Destiny's Child on the stage in Dublin. I seen her in front of me. What a voice, guys, and what a woman. My legs are still shaking. I'm not joking. And that was like 20 years ago. That was at least 20 years ago, guys, in Dublin. Destiny's Child. Kelly Rowland sang, guys. She sang the song that she had with Nelly, the duet. She sang that on her own, yeah. Guys, my legs are still fucking shaking. Honestly, my knees were shaking. What a woman. If it wasn't so late, I would probably watch the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's going to be like early hours, man. I'm sure it's going to be streamed here, yeah, so I could probably watch it, but just looking at the Baps on Kelly Rowland, fucking Nicole Scherzinger, just looking at her sugar plums, whatever you want to call them. What's she doing all this respectable music thing? Just get on with the old fucking Pussycat Dolls. Alright, time for the Pussycat Dolls. Fuck it. We'll have a good day. I'll talk with him later. I'll have to get my haircut tomorrow, so I'll be back in the shop in the afternoon. That's alright. Mate, have a good day, and I'll talk with him later. I'll have to get my haircut tomorrow morning, so I'll be back in the shop in the afternoon, if that's alright. What the fuck is that? I'm just trying to figure out what that is. Yeah, my face. I'm just trying to. I just can't figure it out. I was like, who is he talking to? I thought I missed something in the chat. I thought I actually missed something in the chat, yeah, like in the conversation. I was trying to figure out what was going on. Yeah, I've got to return some videotapes. Yeah, that was when he broke up with the girl. Yeah, in American Psycho, he broke up with her, and then he was like, "Yeah, I've got to return some videotapes." That was nuts. The breakup scene. Yeah. Fucking hell, she was gone like that. By gone, like that, she was gone, gone. No conversation, no talk, no nothing. She was just out of there. Dave, will you be doing a watch along? I actually don't know, because that's a good question, Dave. So I don't actually know, because I meant to be meeting a friend of mine now, but he's coming here to where I live, and we're going to get a bite to eat. Yeah, so he's going to drive here, then we're going to go get something to eat. So I don't actually know. There's a friend of mine calling tomorrow, so I'm not too sure. I tried to ask him today what time is he going to come at, and he just laughed. I'm being serious, man. I've got things to do, you know. So I don't know, man. I don't know, because I don't know what time he's going to be here at, because he's just pure, you know, pure relaxed about things. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I'm looking forward to seeing him tomorrow. I seen that yesterday, the breakup scene. I was watching it. Fucking, he's so cold hearted, like. Am I watching the South Africa Congo? Is that game even on? No. Can. Nice looking at the Pussycat Dolls, huh? Yeah, right. There we go. But I don't know when I actually be doing that AFC, because yeah, like my friend is meant to be visiting, you know, so we're going to get something to eat. Like I said, he's not telling me what time he's coming at, what time he's going to come here, so I actually don't know, man. He's not been telling me like what time he's actually going to be here at the house, so I don't fucking know. It's like, it's just fucked up. It's just fucked up. Just watching the Pussycat Dolls there, guys, and I mean, fucking hell, Nicole Scherzinger by. What is going on over there? Christ. That's nuts, by. It's unreal how fucking beautiful Scherzinger is. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was a bit of the old Pussycat Dolls. God damn. Pussycat Dolls. It's the Pussycat Dolls. Happy to be the Pussycat Dolls, guys. Just watching the Pussycat Dolls, guys, so you know why I'm quiet. Something magnificent. Fucking magnificent. Going to bed after filming. Just watching the Pussycat Dolls, guys, so you know I'm in the zone. God damn. But I'm still here, guys. This is watching the Pussycat Dolls. Sorry about that. Got a bit carried away there, in fairness. There was a lot going on the screen. There was a lot happening on there. Shall we have a huge game tomorrow, guys? A massive clash. I need another 51 subs, guys, to get to 2,000. If anyone has an extra account, just drop that subscribe, guys. I need one more to hit 50. It's going to be tough, but I don't see us winning that, if I'm honest. Yeah, me either. Just watching the Pussycat Dolls there, guys. I'm having a good old time. But yeah, they're really getting into it now. What a bunch of freaks. Jesus. Some bunch of freaks. It'll be tough. I don't see us win that one. It's going to be a tough one, man. It's going to be a tough one tomorrow. They just need to give everything they have out there, heart and soul. It's going to be a very tough game against them now. At least we know what's waiting for us when we go there. A tough fucking game. Yeah, I watched it. It was funny. It was funny. I watched it. The American Psycho clips were funny, I don't know. Lunatics. Let's make sure there's no ghost behind me or anything like that. Or my ex-wife creeping up behind me. Or anything horrible like that happening, guys. Pussycat Dolls, by fucking hell. I tell you, that takes me back. At Wembley Stadium. Jesus. Right, I think I'm going to go to the 4 hour mark, guys, and then I'm going to knock it on the head. As always, I'm going to whine. As I'm going to round up, guys, to the 4 hour mark. And then I'm going to knock this one out of the ballpark. Another 11 minutes, guys. And then I'm going to knock this one on the head. Call it a night. If anyone knows of any good movies on YouTube, let me know. Excuse me. Dead Man's Shoes. That's an excellent program, yeah. That's an excellent film. Is that on YouTube? Yeah, completely like the full movie. That's a good movie, man. I like it. Just watching Nicole Scherzinger again, guys. God damn. Excellent movie, yeah. Excellent movie. Top notch. Ah, cool, yeah. That's an excellent movie. Okay, what he does to the boys is. All right, 9 minutes, guys. Just winding down to the 4 hours. Then I'm going to wrap the stream up. Will I be streaming tomorrow? Hopefully, if my friend pulls his finger out. Thanks, McManus, bro. I'm going to check those out in a while. I mean that, yeah. I like those kind of movies, you know what I mean? I'm just going to round it up for the 4 hour mark, guys. Just 8 more minutes. Then I'm going to knock it on the head. But yeah, thanks to everybody for your continued support, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody. AFC, always big up yourself, man. Thanks for the support as always. You're a good guy. Same for you, McManus, bro. Same for you, Aiden. It's great to have Manny on as well, guys. It was fantastic to actually talk to him again. It's been a while. You know what I mean? Big up to Del Boy, guys. If you haven't, check out Del Boy Gunner TV's channel now. Do yourselves a favour. Obviously, also check out about McManus and his channel. Check out his channel too, guys, if you haven't. Do yourselves a favour. Check out the man's channel. Pleasure. I'm going to keep going for another, just till 4, man. Just till the 4 hour mark. But yeah, I didn't think you'd be on today, McManus, because I know you had a busy weekend, you were saying, and fucking you were absolutely all in after work yesterday, man. You were fucking, I hope your ankle's better, yeah? But I understand, man, you were fucking all out, man. You were all in after work yesterday. Yeah, big up to everybody in the chats, guys. A lot of messages. When I think of how my channel started, big up to Jordan Hyman, man. Big up to Luke Chapman. Big up to True Gooner, man. Big up to Josh. And everybody for tuning in, yeah. And Mani for coming on. He's going to be taking over Stephen Featley's channel is what it looks like, but he's going to have to talk to Stephen's family first. Stephen passed away, unfortunately, guys. I think it was last year. No, he passed away. Yeah, it was last year. But, yeah. Yeah, we got home a while ago. Busy day. Just hope I can have a chill day tomorrow. Yeah, man, we'll fucking make it your business to have a chill day. Not being smart, yeah, but make it your fucking business. I know I've got priorities, but, you know, you just need to down tools. You know what I mean? Me, I'm going to watch YouTube. I'm going to check out those movies that McManus sent me. Do you know what I mean? That's basically me sorted. On Monday, I think I'll go to Zurich. Just get out of the house, get out of the area for a while, and just fucking go into Zurich. You know what I mean? Have a little look around. And that's basically it. Super Bowl tomorrow night. I think I should actually stream it, yeah? Like do a live stream of it. I think that would be popular. But look, it's a football channel, and that's American football. It's, I don't know, should I stream the Super Bowl? You know what I mean? That's a bit kind of like, I don't know. Might be a laugh though. Might be a laugh. I don't know. I'm thinking of doing it. Yeah, doing like a live stream of the Super Bowl. Me watching it. Might be a laugh. It's like fucking 4.5 hours in the middle of the night. I'd be fucking wrecked. Jesus. I'd be seeing ghosts and hearing voices and everything at that point. But we'll see. We'll see. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. Just 5 more minutes, guys. And then I'm going to knock it off at the 4 hour mark. Then I'm going to do the editing, make the thumbnail with me and Manny. And yeah, cool stream, guys. And thanks to everybody once again for supporting it. Great stream, guys. Thanks to everybody. It was a really worthwhile stream, yeah. And a pleasure as always. Got my own little community now. It's nice. Got my own little bit of pocket of support. That's basically my plan. Just winding down, guys. Almost there. Just got a vision of Dave sitting in the Swiss Mountains eating a big bar Toblerone, shouting, "Oh yeah, it's the old school gunner eating a fucking Toblerone." That content will be created. That is going to happen. That day will come. Toblerone. Fucking, I'm going to buy one tomorrow. Then I'm going to eat it on stream to piss a few people off. Have a nice bit of Toblerone. Fucking Toblerone is a proper job. Toblerone. I fucking hope so. Yeah, make that content, man. I'm going to make that content. Me in the mountains eating a fucking Toblerone. Oh yeah, it's the old school gunner eating a fucking Toblerone. That would actually be a good laugh. That's going to happen. That will happen, guys. That day will come. As soon as night follows day, I will be up in the Swiss mountains with a Toblerone, fucking eating it. Let the Swiss do their thing, I'll do mine. You know what I mean? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I love Toblerone. When we were coming back from Rhodes 2 years ago, I went to the duty free and bought 3 massive bars of her own. They said tasted anything in the UK for some reason. Yeah, maybe it was the ones that are actually from Switzerland, that are made in Switzerland. I can fucking send you some over if you want, man. The ones from Switzerland. That's not a problem, yeah. If you want sometime, I can buy them. Maybe like a selection, and I can send it to you if you want, bro. I can post it there. Don't worry if you want to. There's a lot of good chocolate though. Like the Toblerones are the very famous bar, but there's a lot of good chocolate in fucking Switzerland. A lot of good chocolate. Fuck yeah, boy. Yeah, I can post you it over, yeah. And the real deal from here. Just make sure that the weather's a bit cooler when I do it, because like it's not a thing you'd send over in the summer. You know what I mean? Fucking melt. But yeah, the proper stuff. There's a lot of good chocolate here, though. Stuff you probably never even heard of. You know what I mean? That's the thing. There's a lot here I'd say that you never even heard of. And it's fucking. I don't want to be a dickhead, but I never seen a fat Swiss person. Seriously, no. Obviously, when they're 60 years of age, but like normally in the population, you never see a fat Swiss person, guys. And they cycle fucking everywhere, but they eat a lot of chocolate. They drink a lot of beer. They drink a lot of beer. People don't realize that. They like their beer in Switzerland. They drink a lot of it. But they look after themselves too. You know what I mean? They look after themselves. They eat probably a healthier diet. But they drink a few beers. They're not afraid of it. They love it. Their beer is very good. It's mainly like Weiss beer, like white beer, yeah. If I was this, I'd be fat, love my beer and chocolate. But the chocolate is not fattening. I don't know. Is that the right way to describe it? That sounds nuts, I know, but chocolate is not actually that fattening here. I never seen a fucking fat Swiss person. Even me being here now for a small while, I'm already eating healthier than I did before. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just the diet, man. All right, I'm going to wrap it up, guys. Big up to everybody, yeah? Take it easy, man. Big up to the king of chocolate. I love chocolate too. I fucking murder for chocolate. I eat too much of it. But yeah, big up to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, McManus, bro. Thank you, AFC, always. A gentleman, as always. Thank you to Del Boy. Thank you. Big thank you to Mani for coming on my stream, man. Big thank you to Mani for coming on my stream. Thank you to everybody, yeah. And I'll talk soon, yeah. And thanks for giving your time, as always, guys. And thank you, McManus. Big up and big up, Ada, man. And thanks for giving your time, as always, guys. Will I be live tomorrow? Who knows? Maybe I'll do the Super Bowl. Fuck it. Why not? Be a bit of fun, right? Fuck it, like. But we'll see. My decision, my channel. You know what I mean? So, yeah. My channel, my decision, bye. All right, guys. Peace, Sleep well. From me and from Gonosaurus and from Switzerland. Peace.